Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. We are on weather alert mode today as severe storms are expected to impact your evening commute. We want to take you live to the Inner Harbor here. That's the top right of your screen. Ocean City there on the bottom of your screen. And then on the left, that is the live look at our Weather Authority radar as we are tracking this next weather maker moving in. It is Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gillen. Thank you for waking up with us. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this out. And Justin, this could be dangerous as we inch closer to this tonight.
Yeah, exactly right, Meg. We're talking about the potential for some strong storms, damaging wind gusts, hail, even an isolated threat for a tornado is going to exist for today. We're very quiet right now. In fact, the first half of the day is going to be just fine. It's going to be warm and even hot before these storms roll in. But this is why we're in weather alert mode. Strong to severe storms, damaging wind, hail possible. That timing after about 3 p.m. and going into that 7 and 8 o'clock hour for tonight. Now, this is from the Storm Prediction Center and a very rare enhanced risk. All of us in the orange right there, that is 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. So that's something that we typically don't see around here. 2 is the slight risk, and that's for Carroll County and Frederick County, parts of northern Baltimore County as well. So either a slight or enhanced risk for the entire viewing area, which means all of us have that potential to get some of those very strong storms. So you want to stay weather aware throughout the day today. Now, as for your morning drive, no issues this morning. Our temperatures are already mild. We'll keep those 70s around for the next few hours. And we're going to top out in the upper 80s and lower 90s later this afternoon before those storms roll in. We'll break it down a bit further for you coming up in my weather alert day forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, that sounds good. Thank you for that. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network this morning, we're following 2 traffic alerts. Take a look at the map here. We've got the first one is police activity. That's on 695 at Maryland 542. It's closing everything northbound. Then on 151 East at Baltimore Street and Rolling Mill Road, we've got a utility problem closing all lanes there. Keep this in mind as you're heading out this morning. Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is following the violence crime crisis happening throughout our state. Starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside of a home along North Caroline Street. This is in East Baltimore yesterday afternoon. 4 other people were shot over the weekend. One of those victims died. The one who died was shot in a double shooting in Park Heights in front of the Belvedere Safe Streets office. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shante Jackson's last day on the job is Friday. We're going to take a closer look at the future of that office coming up in just a few minutes. Now, when it comes to the violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings this month have happened there. The latest happened just days ago. Coming up at 5:30, Taylor Stewart will join us live with the breakdown of the county violence. And when it comes to Governor Wes Moore speaking on the crime crisis, we're hearing some mixed messages. Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club, and there he called out Republicans and the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think. It's a stark contrast to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Listen in.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says the governor's mixed messages could indicate that he is focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to 2 different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have no idea.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day here this morning. Do you think Governor Moore is sending mixed messages on crime in Baltimore? This poll just opened so far. 100% of the votes say yes. But again, this is just opening up. We'd love to hear from you. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in. Now to a city in crisis. This week, Shante Jackson, the director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and Jason Mitchell, Public Works Director, will be leaving their positions. Jason Mitchell submitting his letter of resignation back in January, citing family health concerns for his decision. The announcement came as the director faced some pushback from city council members over inconsistent recycling pickup. Recycling services have still not gone back to a regular weekly schedule. Recycling is just one controversy Mitchell faced in office, including the state takeover of the Back River wastewater treatment plant and an E. coli water contamination. Mitchell's last day was initially supposed to be in April, but in March, the mayor's office announced that Mitchell would stay through June 30th to help complete ongoing projects. The mayor's office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement Director Shantae Jackson, meantime, will be stepping down on Friday as well, leaving behind a number of projects that office is a part of. Monzi is playing a key role in the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, which the city is working to expand, as well as the youth curfew and the Safe Streets program. It's not clear who will run Monzi next and what the future holds for Jackson. Jackson and Mitchell are just the latest executives to leave the Scott administration. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepping down just a few weeks ago, and the fire department has been without a permanent leader for months. You can find more on the vacant positions in city government on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Happening today, both suspects in the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March will be in court. 54-year-old Lisa Adrienne Lee will have a status hearing. She's facing a number of charges, including 6 counts of manslaughter. Police say she was trying to change lanes when she hit another car driven by Malachi Brown. Prosecutors say that Lee was driving at 121 miles per hour before the crash. Brown will have a scheduling hearing today. He's also facing several charges, including manslaughter. Prosecutors say he was going more than 120 miles per hour as well. This weekend, Maryland wasn't the only state to see violence. After the break, the mass shooting breaking out in Kansas City, causing 3 people to die and 5 others to be injured. And this morning, we are on weather alert mode for the chance of severe storms hitting the region later today. Stay with us all morning long as we track the next weather maker with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back. Time right now is 4:40. Weather alert day today. Now, we're not seeing much of anything right now. You can see a couple of those lightning strikes in Lancaster up toward Allentown at this moment. That is not part of our next weather maker. It really hasn't developed yet. You can see this frontal boundary right there. That's that cold front. We're going to be warm and even hot out ahead of all of that colder air moving in. We're getting a lot of thunderstorm activity in parts of Tennessee moving over toward North Carolina, but that's actually not going to be what we will see, because we'll see this develop as we head into the 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour later today. So it's the strong to severe storms with damaging wind gusts. That'll be the biggest threat today. There still is an isolated tornado risk as well, and hail possible. That timing after about 3 p.m. going into your evening commute. Much more for you. We'll take it hour by hour, and our future scan coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, a shooting in Kansas City leaves 3 people dead, 5 others injured. When officers arrived at the scene last night, they found 3 victims shot and unresponsive in the parking lot. They were declared dead on the scene there. Another 5 victims were taken to various hospitals by private vehicles or ambulances. Those 5 are believed to have non-life-threatening injuries. Authorities are investigating the incident. Developing now, a court document now claims there is no connection between Kohberger and the 4 victims. Brian Kohberger's lawyer filed it. The defense arguing investigators found DNA evidence of 2 other men at the house where the victims died last November. Kohberger's lawyer argued the defense has been kept in the dark about testing done on those samples and the genetic genealogy method used to link Kohberger to the murders. Kohberger has denied any wrongdoing. He is due back in court tomorrow for another hearing. The debate over where COVID-19 came from continues. Coming up, what the latest report is now claiming. But first, a few baby monitors go up in flames. The recall alert that you need to be aware of after the break. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, $13 billion spent on just one aspect of the border crisis. We open the books on our Waste of the Week, exposing out-of-control government spending. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Topping your health headlines, batteries in some baby monitors that look like stuffed toys have been recalled over fire risks. Infant Tech has called back batteries in its Zuby video baby monitors used in cars. The baby monitors look like a stuffed giraffe, a dog, a fox, a rabbit, a panda. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the monitor's battery can malfunction, overheat, and burst, posing a fire hazard. 3 reports of monitors catching fire were made, but no injuries have been reported so far. Another report from U.S. intelligence agencies again concludes that officials are unable to pinpoint the origins of the COVID-19 virus that caused the pandemic. 4 agencies still believe the virus was transferred from animals to humans. The Energy Department and the FBI believe the virus leaked from a lab, and the CIA says it can't pinpoint an origin. The report was required by House Republicans as part of their investigation. Some members of the GOP claim the U.S. isn't being transparent about the origin. Intelligence officials argue it is impossible to find out how it began because of China's obstruction to any investigations. Deputies in Florida jumped to action to help an exhausted manatee during a red tide. Check this out here. Officers jump into action at the scene and hold the manatee's head above the water for 2 hours to help save the mammal. They were responding to reports of a manatee floating on the water surface, struggling to breathe and trying its best to stay away from the red tide. That stuff can be dangerous. Thankfully, their efforts were successful. Florida Fish and Wildlife says the manatee has fully recovered. It is now 4:46 here this morning. We are in weather alert mode. Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this out for us. Justin, when can we expect it?
It's going to be later this afternoon, Megan, into the early evening time. That's when we're going to see the strongest storms that will move in. We had a lot of pop-up heavy rain yesterday and some thunderstorms as well. Some of you didn't see any rain. Others just got big downpours, and even on Saturday we saw that as well. So still a very unstable weather pattern that we have going on. We've got a lot of instability in the atmosphere. What's going to happen today is we're going to heat things up. We get that ground heating up. This is a very typical summer-like weather pattern where you have that daytime heating, you get some moisture, you get some uplift in the atmosphere, and those are all perfect recipes or perfect things for those thunderstorms to develop in that strong to severe category. Right now, our temperature at 74 BWI. No wind to speak of, but those numbers are going to keep climbing as we head into the later part of the afternoon. So here's a look at our HD radar right now. We're showing you a couple of showers and just to the north of the Baltimore region up into Pennsylvania, even with a couple of lightning strikes there as well. Where the next weather maker is going to develop is along this cold front right there. That is still west of Pittsburgh and Charleston, West Virginia. Notice some storms that are developing in parts of eastern Tennessee over toward the North Carolina border. But we're going to see that cold front move into the very warm and very moist and unstable atmosphere, and that's what's going to give us the best chance for some of those strong to severe storms. So that's what the weather alert day is all about. Damaging wind gusts, hail that will be possible. There is an outside isolated threat for a tornado as well. So you really want to stay weather aware today. That timing after about 3 p.m. is when things start to get going. I'll take you through that hour by hour in just a moment. A very rare enhanced risk. That is a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. And notice it's pretty much the entire viewing area, the entire eastern shore, all of Baltimore City, most of Baltimore County. The areas in yellow still under a slight risk, which is including parts of northern Baltimore County, Carroll and Frederick County as well. That slight risk is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So either way, when we start to see that from the Storm Prediction Center, we know things are going to get active. This is a look at your future scan through 11 o'clock this morning. Notice those temperatures are steadily rising. I mean, we're going to be in the 80s and could even see some 90s before noontime today. So that is that very warm air that is moving in. After about 2, 3 p.m., you're going to start to see that line of showers, possibly what we call a squall line could be developing and moving from west to east right across the 95 corridor. So you can see those temperatures are really warm as we get to the later part of the afternoon. And right about 3, 4 p.m., that's when we're starting to see a lot of the models agree on when some of that timing for those strongest storms will be here. Quickly moving out of here, but still a few leftover showers into the evening tonight, and then another round of showers and possible storms is on the way for us on Tuesday, albeit it will be quite a bit cooler, not necessarily the strong day that we're going to be expecting today. So we're not going to be weather alert on Tuesday, but still some unsettled weather to get through over the next couple of days. Check out some of these high temperatures, a lot of upper 80s and lower 90s throughout the region here for today. Not only here at home, but up and down the 95 corridor, 91 down in D.C., mid-70s down the ocean, upper 80s in Philly. So you can really see those warmer temperatures for the afternoon today. So weather alert day for today. Notice on Tuesday, we do have that chance for some showers, possible thunderstorm as well tomorrow. Then we'll start the drying process, and we'll actually be a little bit cooler as we head into Wednesday and Thursday, but those numbers do come back up. And then another round of showers as we head into 4th of July weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. And this morning, we're following 2 traffic alerts here. Again, that first one is police activity. We're seeing it on 695. It's right at Maryland 542, and it's closing everything northbound. It's going to be an issue as the morning continues. Then on 151 East at Baltimore Street and Rolling Mill, we have a utility problem closing all lanes there. You can see those indicated on our map here. The good news, not seeing any backups as a result of this, but we'll keep following as the morning continues. For a check on mass transit now, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 505 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link on time for travel. You'll find Metro subway link looking good in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Trump takes on Michigan for the first time in his 2024 campaign to be president. Coming up, the topics he's fighting for if he's back in the Oval Office again. An attempted revolt in Russia comes to a quick end. Coming up, why experts claim it shows a crack in Vladimir Putin's power. Time now 4:52, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, we're receiving some new video into our newsroom of the multi-car crash killing one person and injuring multiple others in California. Take a look at this. This happened on the 10 freeway in Upland last night around 8:30. Officials say 6 people have moderate injuries, but multiple others have minor injuries. You can see here it impacted both sides of the freeway there. Well, this comes on the heels of a fatal motorcycle crash happening along Route 50 just yesterday right here in Maryland. Traffic was backed up for hours going westbound. As soon as more information is released on this one, we'll, of course, bring it to you. Now to the latest on the war in Ukraine. President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky discussing ongoing defense efforts of Ukraine against Russia's invasion. President Biden reaffirmed that the U.S. has unwavering support, and that includes continued security, economic and humanitarian aid. They also discussed the recent events in Russia, where a mercenaries' revolt nearly marched into Moscow. This attempted mutiny has experts saying it shows a crack in Vladimir Putin's power. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us with this story from Washington.
An inside attempt to take down Vladimir Putin reportedly over.
This is just the latest chapter in a book of failure that Putin has written for himself and for Russia. Economically, militarily, its standing in the world, all of those things have plummeted.
The Wagner Group, a private military led by a man once considered close to Vladimir Putin, reaching a truce, ending their march on Moscow. The leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, exiled to Belarus. Former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, Jake Sullivan, calling the deal a sign of Putin's declining power.
A person that he has said is a traitor who has stabbed him and his nation in the back, he struck a deal with?
The internal chaos started Friday when Prigozhin accused the Russian military of attacking a Wagner group, killing some of his men. Russia denies this. Prigozhin started marching his troops to the Kremlin, reportedly taking control of 2 Russian cities on his way, the most serious challenge to Putin since he took power more than 2 decades ago.
It's evidence of the weakness that this reveals, what's happened in the last 3 or 4 days, the weakness of Vladimir Putin. It's not just an appearance of weakness, it's actual weakness.
GOP presidential hopeful Will Hurd calling the U.S.'s decision to not take action a missed opportunity.
We should have been planning with our allies. We should have been planning with the Ukrainians on how to take advantage of this opportunity.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the situation between Putin and the Wagner Group likely isn't done playing out. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Topping your 2024 election news, former President Donald Trump making his first visit to Michigan since he announced his 3rd presidential run back in November. Trump was the keynote speaker at the Oakland County Republican Party's Lincoln Day dinner. The event was held in suburban Detroit, where the former president lost support between winning the presidential election in 2016 and losing it in 2020. Not only did Trump share what he plans to do if he takes office, he also spoke on how he believes Washington has worked against the interest of Michigan's labor force.
For decades, the globalist vultures in Washington viciously betrayed Michigan workers and families like nobody can even believe. I will immediately sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the lives of our children.
Trump is campaigning at a time when he's facing a federal indictment for allegedly mishandling classified documents. He's also been indicted in New York on charges he falsified business records.
We are under weather alert day today because we are talking about the potential for strong to severe thunderstorms later this afternoon. We'll break down the timing and how it could impact you coming up.
The suspects involved in the crash that killed 6 construction workers set to appear in court. We'll tell you about the hearing just ahead.
And this week starts the last for more than one Baltimore public official. Why the 2 are stepping down and how the Safe Streets program will be impacted.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are coming up on 5 o'clock on this Monday morning, June 26th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this week. We're in weather alert here, and it's time to get a check of when we can expect this.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers saying heightened alert today.
Absolutely, guys. We got to be weather aware today. Everyone needs to be on their game. Make sure they are tracking that weather. Have that app that we have on FOX45. You can download that for free and get actually the live updates sent to your phone so you know, depending on where you are in your neighborhood or wherever you might be, it'll let you know if there's any watches or warnings, which we don't have right now. Everything is nice and calm out over the inner harbor, but we are in weather alert mode because we're tracking our next weather maker. A couple of thunderstorms well to the north of Baltimore up toward parts of southern PA at this time. But our next weather maker is actually going to be developing along that frontal boundary. That cold front is going to be moving in to a very warm and moist atmosphere by the time we head toward the afternoon. So that's what the weather alert day is all about. Strong to severe storms. We're talking about damaging wind gusts and isolated tornado threat, as well as hail that will be possible. That timing after about 3 p.m. is when things will start to fire up, and it's going to impact your evening commute. We also have an enhanced risk for severe weather. So that orange area is something we typically don't see around these parts, but the enhanced risk is a 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 from that Storm Prediction Center. Overall, your drive to work this morning, no issues. We're talking about mild conditions, temps staying in the 70s for the next few hours, but it's your drive home that will be decidedly different. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in my full Weather Authority forecast in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. This morning, we're following 2 traffic alerts for you. The first, police activity on 695 right at Maryland 542 as Cromwell Bridge there. There is a utility issue that's marked out there as they have Cromwell Bridge Road shut down both directions right near there, heading up towards Loch Raven. And then there's also another one, Rolling Mill area road. There is a utility problem that's closing all lanes, and that also is an issue with, and it has an alert. Both directions are shut down.
This shouldn't have happened. It's destroyed her family. We're happy that accountability is beginning in this horrible accident.
Today, both suspects responsible for the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March are expected in court.
Lisa Lee will have a status hearing, and then Malachi Brown will have a scheduled hearing. Taylor Stewart is live from the Baltimore County Court's building with a preview of the day in court. Taylor?
Well, that's right, Meg and Tom. Today is essentially a step towards closure for the construction workers, their colleagues, their loved ones, all those who were killed on that day. Now, today, Adrian Lisa Lee and Malachi Brown expected to stand before a judge. They're both facing manslaughter among numerous other charges here. Now, Lee is set for a hearing today that will focus on her status. Brown is going to have a hearing that will work on the schedule of his trial. But prosecutors say that the two were allegedly driving more than twice the 55 per mile speed limit when this crash occurred. They were going through a construction zone when Lee tried to change lanes, they say. Both cars barreled into that median, killing the unassuming construction workers. Prosecutors also say a toxicology report shows that Lee had THC in her system at the time of the crash. Still, there's a lot of questions in this case. Attorneys are hoping that this trial, as it gets underway, some of those answers come about.
There are layers of responsibility upon layers in this case. People shouldn't go 122 miles an hour on the Beltway, but we know they do, and that enhances and increases the importance of protecting these people by putting simple safety measures in place.
Take a look. This is the Severna Park woman, Sybil DiMaggio. She's one of the 6 victims whose lives were cut short during that tragedy on the inner loop of 695 in March. She was a wife, a mother of 2 children. Her family's still grieving today, but hopefully with today's hearing to start, it would bring closure to this family and the 5 others that were needlessly lost in this crash. Now, today's hearing is going to begin at 9 o'clock. Fox 45 is going to be in that courtroom and bring you the very latest. For now, we're live in Towson. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. For more coverage on this case, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. There you can find more reporting on the deadly Beltway crash and stay up to date as this case develops.
Now to a city in crisis. This week, Shantae Jackson, the director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, and Jason Mitchell, the public works director, will leave their positions.
Jason Mitchell submitted his letter of resignation in January, citing family health concerns for his decision. The announcement came as the director faced pushback from city council members over the inconsistent recycling pickup. Recycling services have still not gone back to a regular weekly schedule. Recycling is just one controversy Mitchell has faced while in office, including the state takeover of the Back River wastewater treatment plant and the E. coli water contamination. Mitchell's last day was initially supposed to be in April, but in March, the mayor's office announced that Mitchell would stay through June 30th to help complete ongoing projects.
The mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement director Shantae Jackson will step down on Friday as well, leaving behind a number of projects that office is a part of. Monzi is playing a key role in the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, with the city working to expand it, as well as the youth curfew and the Safe Streets program. It's not clear who will run Monzi next and what the future holds for Jackson.
Now, when it comes to the Safe Streets program, Fox 45 News has learned about a few changes even since Jackson announced her departure in early May. The program will soon stop evaluating Safe Streets contracts annually in favor of multi-year contracts. Right now, 2 nonprofits run Safe Streets locations. Their contracts with the city are approved annually. Catholic Charities and LifeBridge Health were supposed to take over all Safe Streets locations earlier this year. But just last week, the Board of Estimates extended its contract with Park Heights Renaissance for the Park Heights Safe Streets site for the second time.
Well, Jackson and Mitchell are just the latest executives to leave the Scott administration. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down a few weeks ago, and the fire department has been without a permanent leader for months. You can find more on the vacant positions in city government on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Neighbors say they will not leave their homes. Stopping our next half hour, the outbreak of violence in Baltimore County and where some neighbors place the blame.
And a power struggle in Russia is revealing cracks in President Putin's leadership. Next in our live center, the implications on the war in Ukraine this morning.
Our temperatures are already warm. We're in the low to mid 70s to kick off your weather alert day on Monday. Tracking what we can expect later this afternoon and the impacts it could have on your outdoor plans. Weather alert day in effect here for your Monday. About 12 hours from right now, we're going to be right in the thick of all of these storms that are going to be rolling through the area. Everything is nice and calm right now on our HD radar. There is definitely some action developing to the south and to the west of us, to Knoxville, Tennessee, over toward western North Carolina. That's not necessarily the next weather maker, but that cold front is definitely there, and that's going to be moving into our area by the time we head into the afternoon after heating up to seeing temperatures in the upper 80s and lower 90s for us for today. We'll break this down for you hour by hour for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center this morning, uncertainty in Moscow after a failed revolt by mercenaries in Russia. Right now, Wagner troops are heading back to the front lines in Ukraine to continue fighting alongside Russian forces. And this morning, Russian state media calling the revolt a crime and treason. Well, the uprising began after Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russia's military of attacking a Wagner camp and started that march on Moscow, gaining control of a key military facility in southern Russia. In a stunning national address, Putin calling out the rebellion, vowing to punish those on a, quote, path to treason. Then insurrection ended as suddenly as it began, the Wagner leader announcing Saturday his forces were stopping their advance towards Moscow under a deal brokered by Belarus. While many questions remain about the deal, the Kremlin says Prigozhin will not face charges for the mutiny, but has been branded a traitor and exiled to Belarus. He's also no longer in control of the Wagner mercenaries. Russian leaders say soldiers who took part in the rebellion will not be prosecuted, and forces that did not participate will now sign contracts with Russia's military. Wagner troops have played a pivotal role for Russia in the ongoing war in Ukraine. Right now, it's unclear if any of the Wagner forces loyal to Prigozhin will follow him to Belarus, and what the impact will be to the war zones currently under Wagner control. How much money went into locating the Titan submersible? After the break, what the Coast Guard is saying and the larger debate at hand. Plus, don't drink the water in some parts of Yellowstone National Park. The hazardous materials that could be in the water. It is 5:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning.
5:14 and making your headlines this morning. U.S. Coast Guard will not say how much it cost for the international response to find the doomed submersible Titan.
They did note it was a life-saving effort. It's estimated to likely have cost millions of dollars. Some are now questioning whether wealthy travelers or companies should be responsible for costs associated with high-risk thrill adventures. The Coast Guard says it won't send a bill.
The Coast Guard doesn't charge for search and rescue, nor do we associate a cost with human life. We always answer the call.
Now, the Coast Guard is generally prohibited by law from collecting reimbursement for search or rescue services. This as recovery efforts for the Titan continue.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Coast Guard has launched an investigation into what happened to the sub.
The investigation is focused on evidence collection at the disaster site, as well as some interviews. Coast Guard will work to determine the cause of the disaster, then turn to accountability.
Can make recommendations to the proper authorities to pursue civil or criminal sanctions as necessary. However, any subsequent enforcement activities would be pursued under a separate investigation.
A full report will be issued once evidence has been collected and recommendations are complete to prevent any future disasters.
Well, in Montana, a bridge over the Yellowstone River collapses, causing parts of a freight train with hazardous materials to go down with it. As of now, there are no injuries reported, but take a look at this picture. The train cars were carrying asphalt and sulfur, and officials are shutting down drinking water downstream to evaluate possible contamination, but they say there's no immediate danger for crews on the site. Now, the cause of the collapse is still under investigation.
This morning, flights are taking off following the FAA grounding them around the DMV area yesterday. It happened because repairs needed to be made to a communication system. All ground stops were lifted after a few hours. A quick look at the BWI Thurgood Marshall flight board here for the morning, as some flights are already showing delays and cancellations, but we're seeing some green on that map as well. American Airlines facing a big test in the coming days that could impact your travel plans. They have until July 1st to upgrade their equipment to avoid potential interference from 5G wireless signals. This requires retrofitting equipment. Those that don't complete the upgrade won't be cleared to land in certain weather conditions. Transportation officials warn of possible travel disruptions as a result.
5:17, and this weekend you probably saw some of those summer showers that came through and kind of dumped some heavy rain, then light rain, then the sun, then more rain. Yeah.
All over the place. Well, this morning we're in weather alert mode, and meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know what to expect.
It's crazy. I looked back at the official reading of BWI for rainfall yesterday. Zeros.
What?
Really?
Absolute zeros. So
it didn't measure it.
It didn't, not a BWI, because it did not get any rain. But other places, I mean, we were driving on 695. We got dumped on. I mean, it was just pouring. We couldn't even see. Yeah. People were going 30 miles an hour, as they should. They were slowing down. But either way, guys, what we're talking about today is our weather alert day. Strong to severe thunderstorms, damaging wind, hail, even that isolated tornado threat, all on the table for us this afternoon. Now, these storms are not going to fire until after about 3 or 4 o'clock, but it is going to be a warm and even hot day ahead of that. So very summer-like atmosphere is shaping up. You can see our Towson cam right now, some of that kind of haze hanging around at this time. Our temps are already warm. Look at these numbers, 74 in Towson. You can always check your numbers right there on the right side of your screen for temperatures in your neighborhood, and the forecast info on the bottom of your screen as well for your neighborhoods as we get you into your Monday. So here's a look at our HD radar. We're all quiet right now. We have had a couple of lightning strikes just to the north of us in the parts of PA, even one right there around the Elkton area. So maybe a quick little rumble of thunder that you're hearing at this time, but nothing else that we're tracking, at least in terms of any precipitation. What we're looking at is that big blue line with those triangles. That's the cold front that's going to be moving in to a very warm and moist atmosphere. As that front shoves in underneath that warm air, that's when we get that uplift, and that's when we get the potential for those strong to severe storms. Look at the millions of people up and down the East Coast that are in an enhanced or a slight risk. That extends to New York City, Philly, Atlantic City, down through Richmond, Virginia, all the way down through parts of the Carolinas. So a large portion of the East Coast under the enhanced or slight risk. And that includes us right here at home. You can see all of us here in Baltimore City and most of Baltimore County, the entire Eastern Shore, all of Howard and Arundel County down to the south, as well as into Hartford and Cecil counties, even the slight risk for you in Carroll and Frederick County for later today. Now, as I talked about, large hail is going to be an issue. Strong wind, that's going to be the biggest thing we're going to have to deal with here today, but there is an outside chance of an isolated tornado risk, so we cannot take that off the table. Also, some heavy rain at times with some of these thunderstorms, similar to what we were talking about from yesterday. Now, here's a look at our future scan. This takes us through 10 o'clock this morning. Notice those temperatures and just how warm we are, even in the morning time. You get that daytime heating as we get to about 2, 3 o'clock. Some of us slipping into the low and possibly even some mid-90s. That southerly wind is going to pick up as well. And then watch the storms move in. This is about 3, 4 p.m. You can see those areas in the heavier orange and the red. That's an indication of where we're seeing some of the heavier storms moving through into that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. And then a few leftover showers still back behind that main frontal crossing into that 6 and 7 o'clock hour for tonight, and even some leftover showers late night as well. So the good news is today is going to be the weather alert day, and then that's it. Tomorrow, we still have the potential for some showers, maybe even a few thunderstorms as well on your Tuesday. Will be cooler. Then by Wednesday and Thursday, things calm down a little bit. We definitely will be drier. As we head into Independence Day weekend, we are seeing some showers late Friday, and then a couple of pop-up showers and storms into Saturday and Sunday for the middle of the weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you scan that QR code that you see right there on the screen to show us what the weather is like in your neighborhood. If you can safely take pictures and videos when those storms roll through your neighborhood, we'd love to see them. You can upload them to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You could see them on air or online.
Now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and still those two issues we need to report. The top one says some police activity, and that is right on the outer loop, 695, but it's the ramp. It's 695 at 542. That's Cromwell Bridge Road. Cromwell Bridge is shut down because of utility issues, but police just opened up the southbound lanes in certain sections of that. So you will see that if you have Cromwell Bridge Road in northbound, you are shut down from 695. The other issue south there right at 150 and DuPont Mall, it looks like they're starting to open that up. That was a utility problem, and it says that there's Rolling Mill Road east and west between there. There's some delays in that area. Everybody else, you're in the green. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Monday morning, Mark.
Good Monday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Lake, still dealing with the service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Shuttle buses remain in place, bridging the gap there as maintenance continues. Allow time for travel there on Light Rail Lake. Metro Subway Lake off and running on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A former Baltimore City mayor may be hinting at a 2024 campaign in her future. Why supporters say she would be a good candidate.
Hong Kong censorship is going up against Google. How the tech giant is responding. 5:23 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Google may pull out of Hong Kong over censorship issues, considered to be the most aggressive attempt yet to censor political content on a tech platform from the U.S. Hong Kong authorities have been trying to get Google to ban a pro-democracy anthem. Its Department of Justice is seeking a court order banning websites like Google from broadcasting or distributing the Glory to Hong Kong protest song. Google says it does not manually control search results and will not remove web results except for specific reasons outlined in its global policy documentation.
National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is looking into Ford's recall of nearly 300,000 Explorer SUVs if they truly fixed the problem. It's received 2 complaints that recalled model years 2020 and 2022 Explorers still had issues after repairs to the rear axle mounting bolt. Problem caused some Explorers to move while in park, but Ford says a software update fixed the issue. Administration has opened a probe after drivers reported losing control of their SUVs.
Well, from this morning through the evening, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists tracking our next weather maker.
Stay tuned for the impacts that could bring to your evening commute on this weather alert day.
And we're following crime concerns in Baltimore County. The latest homicide police say could have been a targeted attack. We'll have that just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It is Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and the storms that you may have seen or experienced the rain this weekend, a little bit different today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our weather alert day ahead.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We're talking about that potential squall line that could develop later this afternoon into the evening time. And that means we could see the damaging wind gusts, an isolated tornado, and definitely some heavy rain and some hail. Right now, nice and calm out over the inner harbor, so nothing to get in your way here this morning. But on our weather alert day, it's what we're talking about here. That timing starting after about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon and really lasting into the evening hours for tonight. So the second half of the day is the one you got to watch for. Now, our temperatures here, look at these statewide numbers. A lot of us in the low to mid 70s. It is definitely mild and muggy outside. If you do want to get your run or your jog in here the next couple of hours, numbers stay in the 70s, but you'll definitely already be sweating out there for sure. We'll top out in the lower 90s today before the storms roll in. Showers and a couple of more storms for tomorrow, but cooler temperatures as we head toward the middle of the week. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And taking a look around the area, and you see majority of the map in the green, top part of that, it says police activity, and that's on the ramp leading to 542 Cromwell Bridge Road. There's a utility issue there. Then if you look down on the bottom right here, that is actually a section. There's also utility there. That seems to be clearing up, though, so hopefully that marker will be removed here in just a little bit. And that's right at 150 and East Point Mall. It's right near the East Point Mall on a road there, so it's a utility issue.
This morning, Fox 45 News is following the violent crime crisis happening throughout our state.
Yeah, starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside a home along North Caroline Street in East Baltimore just yesterday afternoon. 4 other people were shot over the weekend, and one of them died. Now, the murder was part of a double shooting in Park Heights, and it happened right in front of Belvedere Safe Streets office. Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shantae Jackson's last day on the job is Friday.
And now when it comes to the violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings have happened there just this month. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with the breakdown of this county violence. Taylor, good morning.
Good morning. I mean, that's right. This is a conversation we typically have regarding Baltimore City, but I can tell you folks in the county say they are scared to leave their homes. This latest shooting happening last Thursday in the Lansdowne community, police calling it a targeted attack. Well, folks who live on that street where the shooting occurred too scared to be on camera, but they're attributing the rise in violence to what they call battles over territory.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shootings.
My opinion, drugs.
Perf situations, and then people get mad that other people take someone's customers and stuff like that.
Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough spoke on WBAL radio. He says underground marijuana deals are a driving force behind many of the homicides they're investigating. Now, again, that shooting that happened Thursday, the deadly shooting, no arrest made, but police say it was a targeted attack. We will keep you updated as we learn more in this investigation. We're live right now. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. Now, when it comes to Governor Wes Moore speaking on the crime crisis, we are hearing some mixed messages.
Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club, and there he called out Republicans and the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think.
It's a stark contrast to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Take a listen.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says the governor's mixed messages could indicate that he is focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to 2 different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have no idea.
That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Governor Moore is sending mixed messages on crime in Baltimore? So far, 100% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab to weigh in.
Former Baltimore City Mayor Sheila Dixon hinting at a 2024 run for mayor. During a town hall with political commentator Armstrong Williams last week, she called it a strong possibility. Supporters say Dixon is a good candidate, pointing to historic drops in the city's homicide rate during her time in office. Others say they're not sure now is the right time for the city to change leaders. Regardless, community leaders say whoever wins the mayor's office needs to come to the table with some solutions.
What's going to be my management strategy? What's going to be my administrative strategy around key offices, key agencies? I'm going to ensure that I have the best candidate and best person in those offices. We can't get away from this. I've got to have a strategy for improving schools.
After 2 years, Dixon's tenure as mayor came to an abrupt halt when she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge and was forced to resign. Dixon says she felt shame and embarrassment and sought mental health. Now she claims she will continue to rebuild trust with voters.
We want to hear from you. If the Baltimore City mayoral primary was held right now, who would you vote for? As you can see right there on the bottom, Mayor Brandon Scott or former Mayor Sheila Dixon. 96% of voters have responded Dixon. Now you can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The two people accused in the deadly Beltway crash are expected in court in just a few hours. Still ahead this morning, the charges they're facing as family members seek justice.
Violence breaks out across the nation. Just ahead this morning, the string of deadly shootings from New York to Chicago and other cities.
And this morning, we're on weather alert mode for the chance of severe storms hitting our region later today. Stay with us all morning long as we track the next weather maker with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's 5:36 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.539 is your time right now. Our weather alert day continues. Looking at our live cam, nothing to get in your way this morning. However, when you look out to the north and to the east, we are seeing some of those clouds that are kind of building. We have a couple of lightning strikes that we've seen around parts of Cecil County and up toward Pennsylvania as well. But that is not what we're going to be experiencing later today. So as you head out the door, you'll need your sunglasses. It's going to be hot and humid today. And make sure to have that umbrella ready to go, too, because we are going to track those storms as we get into the later part of the afternoon. afternoon into the evening. Your morning drive, no issues here. Mr. Bowe says we are good to go with temperatures staying in the 70s, maybe even cranking up the AC as you're driving to work this morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
From the Live Center this morning, we're following a string of deadly weekend shootings spanning the U.S. We start with a live look right now over Saginaw, Michigan, where police are investigating after a shooting at a street party with hundreds of attendees. 2 were killed, 15 were hospitalized, 12 of whom were shot. Several others were injured while they were just running from the scene. Right now, no suspects are in custody. Then in Albany Sunday, police say 2 men were shot and killed in separate shootings, marking 3 violent attacks over the span of just 4 days. Police say the shootings are not connected. Thursday, 1 adult and a teenager were shot right near a daycare center. In West Virginia, law enforcement investigating a police-involved fatal shooting. Officials say 82-year-old Carl Gist shot his neighbor in her face while she was just mowing her yard. Her condition unknown this morning. Gist then barricaded himself in his home, which led to an hours-long standoff. Police eventually firing tear gas inside the home. When Gist came out, he was armed and police shot him. In Chicago, police report at least 24 people were shot and killed, including a 15-year-old in a string of weekend shootings. That's the latest from our Live Center. Suspect charged for murders of 4 University of Idaho students will be back in court today. What the latest court documents are claiming when it comes to the connection between the students and the suspect. A possible tornado whips through the outskirts of Indianapolis. After the break, we're tracking the damage and potential storms that we could see all across the nation this week. Time now, it's 5:41. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
.544, and this morning a town right near Indianapolis is recovering after a suspected tornado. The Bargersville area fire chief says the suspected twister, which we will hopefully be able to get you some images of, cut a path about 3 miles and left 75 homes damaged, but no one was hurt. Some great news. You can see the video there. An emergency shelter has been set up at a local middle school for anyone left homeless. National Weather Service says a survey team will inspect the damage today to determine if, in fact, it was a tornado.
Wow. Well, we are tracking extreme heat and storms this week for millions of Americans. We want to take you live to Michigan here this morning as the risk for severe storms extends from here all the way to Louisiana. See if we can bring that live shot up for you. Heat alerts stretch from the southwest across the southern U.S. The National Weather Service Prediction Center says oppressive temperatures in triple digits could even exceed a heat index of 120 degrees in some areas. The Central Plains will be feeling the heat by the middle of the week.
Well, here at home, though, we are in weather alert mode today as severe storms expected to impact your evening commute. We want to take you live to the Inner Harbor, and you can see that's on the top right-hand side of your screen. Ocean City on the bottom right also. And then on the left, live look at our Weather Authority radar as we are tracking this next weather maker.
That radar really what's crucial for us here this morning. Let's see exactly how this is timing out.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here breaking it down for us.
Interesting. There's not really much to show on the radar right now because it's not going to develop until later this afternoon. Also interesting, guys, the National Weather Service radar at Sterling, Virginia, down for a major upgrade this week.
Of all time.
Now, we've got other radars we can use, but man, I mean, this is, so you know, we'd love to have that one, but don't worry, we got you covered. We got plenty of radars around. We will be tracking it all morning, all afternoon, all evening long. The entire Weather Authority team working hard to make sure you are safe. Strong to severe storms, that weather alert day, that's what we're talking about here. And, you know, they were talking about that heat and humidity. We're going to have a very hot and humid day here as well. Damaging wind and hail that will be possible for some of those storms. Our Towson cam right now, a few clouds kind of building, and it is definitely already muggy and warm. 74 your temperature right now. When you see dew points in the upper 60s and lower 70s, well, on the muggy meter, that puts us into that gross category here. Increasing humidity today. Again, with those temperatures that will rise to the upper 80s and even some low and even potentially some mid 90s for the afternoon. It's going to feel like that for sure. This is our HD radar right now, and a couple of lightning strikes we're seeing just north of Elkton there, moving up into parts of Pennsylvania there for Cecil County. But here's that cold front. That's the next weather maker with some of those storms that have been moving out of Tennessee and into western North Carolina. This frontal boundary moving into this very warm atmosphere and even hot atmosphere this afternoon is what's going to be kind of the I'd say the trigger point to be able to get you going with some of those storms. Now, when you look at this map, this is from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the entire East Coast. And I did the math here. About 60 million people are under either an enhanced risk or a slight risk. I lied. I didn't do the math. The SPC did the math, but I looked at it, and I'm telling you, either way, about 60 million people under that enhanced or slight risk. That's the orange or the yellow up and down the East Coast from New York all the way down through Charleston, West Virginia, Charleston, South Carolina, excuse me. And this is our storm outlook here at home. So we usually are not in an enhanced risk here, guys. So that 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 is for pretty much the entire area, all of the Eastern Shore, Harford County, all of Baltimore City, most of Baltimore County, Howard and Arundel counties, all of those under the enhanced risk, while Carroll and Frederick counties under the slight risk for severe weather. What are we talking about in terms of the impacts today and the threats? Strong wind, that's going to be the biggest thing. Some damaging hail, some heavy rain, an isolated risk for a tornado. We cannot rule that out later today, so it's not looking like a high risk, but it is definitely going to be an enhanced risk for at least some type of severe weather. All right, here's an updated look at our future scan. Notice the red arrows. That's all of that warm air coming up from the south, and our temperatures steadily warming into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. You get that daytime heating. Here comes the cold front, and you can see some of those storms developing in that 3, 4, and 5 o'clock hour. That's going to continue through about 5 and 6 o'clock tonight, and then some leftover showers and possible storms in that 7 and 8 o'clock hour. But notice how much cooler we get as we head into the evening time behind those storms, and another round of showers and possible storms on the way for us for tomorrow. So as you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours, low to mid 70s over the next few hours. That's what we're looking at. It's going to be a warm and muggy morning, and high temperatures around the region, as I talked about, upper 80s and a lot of us into those lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Howard and Arundel counties, you're going to see those mid to upper 80s and lower 90s as well. So here's your 7-day forecast. The weather alert day is today. Back to those showers, possible thunderstorms tomorrow, but cooler. Wednesday and Thursday drying out nicely. Even Friday's not looking too bad during the day. It's late Friday night into Saturday. That's when we'll bring in another chance for some showers and thunderstorms as we head to 4th of July weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and we have 3 indicators there. The top one, that is right at Cromwell Bridge Road, shut down both directions because of utility issue there. It's right in front of Lochraven High School. You can't go on that stretch of the road. It's about 2 miles long because of that. Please have it shut down. There's another utility also, but the bottom left is what we really want to show now. That's your first indication of an accident this morning, and that's in Halethorpe, and it is 95 northbound. We were just watching that right at Metropolitan Boulevard, just north of 195. We saw 2 vehicles involved. There was a truck that was telling everyone to get out of the left 2 lanes. So the arrows are up, pointing you into your right lane is the only way to get by. So that's causing a little bit of delay. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find train 841 on the Camden line with a 10 to 15 minute delay. And we've got Penn train 511 and Camden 843, both running about 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. The light rail service disruption still with us between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Shuttle buses remain in place providing service there as maintenance continues. Expect a delay of up to 20 minutes in your travels out there on light rail link. Metro subway link good to go for the commute. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Today, we can expect to hear an infrastructure announcement coming from the White House, how this fits into the Biden administration's Investing in America tour.
And how involved is President Joe Biden in his son's business deals abroad? Coming up, Kayla Gaskins takes a deeper dive into the investigation coming out of Washington. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:54, making your headlines. The White House promising a major infrastructure funding announcement today.
President Joe Biden expected to comment on his administration's second round of the Investing in America tour. The first details of the announcement are expected to come out in the morning. The bipartisan infrastructure law was signed back in November of 2021, and it provides $550 billion through 2026 in new federal investments for roads, bridges, mass transit, and more.
Now, the White House says President Biden will be delivering a major economic policy speech in Chicago Wednesday. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that Biden will highlight his vision for growing the economy from the middle out and bottom up. She says it's an opportunity for the president to speak directly to the American people about his plan.
It's going to be centered on working people, I can say that, and growing the middle class, as we've talked about many times before. And it is going to be, this is, a cornerstone of his speech.
The address comes as the president is ramping up political events for his re-election campaign. Biden expected to hold a campaign fundraiser during the Chicago visit.
Senator Ted Cruz is now urging the House to look into impeaching President Biden following an IRS whistleblower revelation that allegedly shows his involvement in Hunter Biden's business deals.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more from Washington.
Joe Biden allegedly more involved in his son's business deals than he admitted to.
This is a stunning accusation.
A pair of IRS whistleblowers involved in the DOJ's investigation into Hunter Biden's tax crimes, revealing to Congress a WhatsApp message from 2017 from Hunter Biden to a Chinese business associate. The message reads, "I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to know why the commitment has not been made."
He's threatening this Chinese business associate, saying, if I don't get what I want from you right now, Dad is right here, and he knows a lot of people, and it's going to be really bad for you. It's the strongest piece of evidence we have yet that Joe Biden was aware and was there.
Shortly after the message, a bank account linked to Hunter Biden received a $5 million payment.
This is truly 100 times bigger than Watergate. This is a much bigger story than Watergate.
The White House dodging questions.
And I'm not going to comment further on this. I am not going to address this issue from this podium. I'm just not going to do it.
A White House spokesperson later releasing a statement writing, "As we have said many times before, the president was not in business with his son." Hunter Biden's attorney responding to the whistleblower revelations, writing, "Any verifiable words or actions of my client in the midst of a horrible addiction are solely his own and have no connection to anyone in his family." The whistleblowers also shedding light on how the investigation into the first son differed from other probes, resulting in what critics call a sweetheart plea deal.
When you're denying search warrants, when you're saying you can't ask about Joe Biden, can't use the term the big guy, and ask about that email, and tipping off the Justice Department is tipping off Hunter Biden's lawyers before you do something. This is this preferential treatment that the whistleblowers are talking about. That's not supposed to happen in our system of justice.
Representative Jim Jordan says the House Oversight Committee now wants to talk to the Assistant District Attorney for Delaware, who, according to the whistleblowers, helped shield Hunter Biden. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Kayla, thank you. Well, Donald Trump railing against electric cars while stumping in Michigan. The former president playing to voters in the state that boasts automakers, including Ford, GM, and Dodge. Trump rattled off many of his usual talking points, accusing President Biden of corruption and attacking fellow Republican Ron DeSantis. Trump also railed against his own legal woes.
If I wasn't running, or if I was doing badly in the polls, all of this investigation would stop immediately.
Trump says that he's the target of a witch hunt and did nothing wrong. He is facing 37 felony charges in relation to his classified documents case.
We're tracking our next weather maker on our weather alert day. More on what we can expect for the afternoon coming up.
The suspects involved in that deadly crash that killed 6 construction workers back in March set to appear in court. We're live with the hearing just ahead.
2 city officials leaving their positions this week. We take a look at the role they played during their time in the mayor's administration.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are weather alert this morning. The potential of severe weather is in the forecast.
The risk for severe storms is extending from Louisiana all the way to Michigan as southwestern states continue to deal with oppressively hot temperatures in the triple digits.
Well, thank you for joining us. It's nearly 6 o'clock on this Monday, June 26th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off today, and we're in weather alert for a whole different reason.
That's right. In fact, meteorologist Justin Chambers here talking about the timing of it, and this is a little bit different than what we experienced this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Some of us didn't see any rain at all. Others saw big downpours and the gusty wind, and the hail threat is here today, guys, and also an isolated tornado threat. Don't want to sugarcoat that because we are seeing that potential, especially as we get things going later this afternoon. We've got a very unstable atmosphere, especially with that daytime heating and then that colder air is coming in. That's what's going to prompt those strong to severe storms. Damaging wind, hail, those are going to be the biggest things that we'll be tracking, and that timing after about 3 p.m. is when things will start to get going. So from now until then, things are going to be okay, just kind of hot and humid. Right now, tracking a couple of thunderstorms actually in Cecil County. You're seeing this, and if you're watching us up there in Elkton or Rising Sun up toward Port Deposit, you probably heard some rumbles of thunder. Most of that is now moving into Newark, Newark, Delaware, and up toward areas in Arbor Park and Cedar Farms as well. So that's moving out of our viewing area. But this is the next weather maker. So again, we haven't seen anything develop along that cold front, but that is what is going to be sort of the trigger to get things going as that front moves in to the very warm and moist, unstable atmosphere. Our morning drive is fine. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Numbers in the low to mid 70s, maybe even the AC on this morning because it is already muggy and warm. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see 3 markers that we have on the map here for you. And the top one is utility issue. That's Cromwell Bridge Road, shut down north and southbound directions. There's some police there on 695 stopping you from traveling northbound there at that exit. And that's right in front of Lock Raven High School. That road shut down because of utility there. On the bottom left there, you also see that's a crash. That is now, it was blocking 3 lanes. It is now just blocking your left shoulder there. And that's 95 northbound, just north of 195. No real issues to report.
Today, both suspects accused in the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March are expected to be in court.
Lisa Lee will have a status hearing, and then Malachi Brown will have a scheduled hearing. Taylor Stewart is live from the Baltimore County Court's building this morning with a preview of their day in court. Taylor?
But before we do that, I want you guys to imagine all these construction workers working right on the median as 2 cars come barreling down the street at 120 miles per hour. So those 2 drivers set to appear in Baltimore County Court today. We're talking about Lisa Adrian as well as Malachi Brown, both facing numerous charges, including manslaughter. Now, Lee is set to appear for a hearing on her status. Brown has a scheduling hearing, so we're just getting started here. But let me take you back to that Wednesday in March when this all happened. Now, prosecutors say they were both driving more than twice the 55 mile per speed limit per hour in that construction zone. When Lee tried to change lanes, both cars barreled into the median, killing those construction workers. Prosecutors say that Lee had THC in her system, according to toxicology reports. But there's a lot of questions that remain in this case. Attorneys are hoping this is the start to get them answered.
There are layers of responsibility upon layers in this case. People shouldn't go 122 miles an hour on the Beltway, but we know they do, and that enhances and increases the importance of protecting these people by putting simple safety measures in place.
This Severna Park woman, Sybil DiMaggio, one of 6 whose lives were cut short that day on the inner loop of 695. She's a wife, a mother with 2 children. Her family still grieving. So hopefully today's hearing starts to bring some closure to the families and the loved ones of those families who lost their loved ones who simply were just at work. Now, that hearing begins at 9 o'clock today. We're going to be in the courtroom and bring you all the latest updates on air and online. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. For more coverage on this case, just head to foxbaltimore.com. There you can find more reporting on the fatal Beltway crash and stay up to date as this case develops.
Well, 6:04 this week, we will see Shantae Jackson, the director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and Jason Mitchell, the public works director, leave their positions. Mitchell submitted his letter of resignation in January, citing family health concerns for his decision. The announcement came as the director faced pushback from city council members over inconsistent recycling pickup throughout Baltimore. Recycling services have still not gone back to the regular weekly schedule. Recycling is just one controversy Mitchell faced while in office, including the state takeover of the Back River wastewater treatment plant and E. coli water contamination. Now, in January, Fox 45 News was able to obtain audio recording of Mitchell talking about the toll the job has taken on him.
This agency, this city, not you, began to compromise who I was as a man and as a professional. I woke up today, I felt free. I don't feel oppressed any longer. I don't feel enslaved.
Mitchell's last day was initially supposed to be in April, but in March, the mayor's office announced that Mitchell would stay through June 30th to help complete some ongoing projects. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement Director, meantime, Shantae Jackson, will step down on Friday as well, leaving behind a number of projects that office is a part of. Monzi is playing a key role in the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, which the city is working to expand, as well as the youth curfew and the Safe Streets program. It's not clear who will run Monzi next and what the future holds for Jackson.
I know that you announced your resignation. You're planning to leave. Can you say where you plan to go?
Let me stop right here.
Okay.
Never, ever will I prioritize any news about me over top of news about our young people.
That's why I didn't ask
we
during
can
the
save
press
that
conference.
question for a time when I'm ready to share it. Thank you.
Do you have any idea who will be taking your place, especially given this youth curfew plan and Monzi's role in this?
Well, Jackson and Mitchell are just the latest executives to leave the Mayor Scott administration.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down a few weeks ago, and the fire department has been without a permanent leader for months.
And you can find more on the vacant positions in Baltimore city government on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shooting.
Residents in Baltimore County afraid to leave their home due to the crime crisis. What the Baltimore County chief is now saying driving force behind many of these homicides.
And a tornado rips through a town in Indiana. What we know about the damage this morning.
We are under weather alert as we track our next weather maker, that strong cold front moving in from the west this afternoon and evening. We'll break down the timing and the impacts it could have on you. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We're just about 6:10 now on your Monday morning. I hope you enjoyed the first weekend of summer, and it definitely felt like that out there with some of those summer thunderstorms and that heat and humidity. And it's going to be another hot and humid one today, but we are tracking our next weather maker. Looking on the map right there, that's that big cold front that is moving in from the west that is bringing showers and storms to parts of Tennessee and North Carolina right now. Low to mid 70s up and down the 95 corridor from the 83 corridor from Cockeysville and Towson straight down the JFX into Baltimore City at 73. Severe weather threats today: large hail, strong wind, isolated tornado threat, and some heavy rain with some of these storms. And we're talking after about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, we're in the low to mid 70s, mild conditions on your jogging cast this morning. Get that stuff done now before those storms roll in later today. You'll definitely want to be indoors. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center this morning, uncertainty in Moscow after a failed revolt by mercenaries in Russia. Right now, we know Wagner troops are heading back to the front lines in Ukraine to continue fighting alongside Russian forces. And this morning, Russian state media calling the revolt a crime and treason. The uprising began after Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russia's military of attacking a Wagner camp and started that march on Moscow, gaining control of a key military facility in southern Russia. In a stunning national address, Putin calling out the rebellion, vowing to punish those on a, quote, path to treason. Then insurrection ended as suddenly as it began. The Wagner leader announcing Saturday his forces were stopping their advance toward Moscow under a deal brokered by Belarus. While many questions remain about the deal, the Kremlin says Prigozhin will not face charges for the mutiny, but has been branded a traitor and exiled to Belarus. He's also no longer in control of the Wagner mercenaries. Russian leaders say soldiers who took part in the rebellion will not be prosecuted, and forces that didn't participate will now sign contracts with Russia's military. Wagner troops have played a pivotal role for Russia in the ongoing war in Ukraine. Right now, it's unclear if any of the Wagner forces loyal to Prigozhin will follow him to Belarus and what the impact will be to war zones currently under Wagner control.
Wes Moore claiming crime is actually not as bad as people think, why some are saying he's sending mixed messages.
If they gave me that choice, I would not let them down.
Former Baltimore Mayor Sheila Dixon hinting at a possible run for mayor in 2024. The roadblock's in her way, though. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15, making your headlines. The suspect charged for the murders of 4 University of Idaho students will be back in court tomorrow.
This after a court document now claims there is no connection between Brian Kohberger and the 4 University of Idaho victims he is accused of murdering. Kohberger's lawyer filed it. The defense argued investigators found DNA evidence of 2 other men at the house where the victims died. Last November, Kohberger's lawyer argued the defense has been kept in the dark about testing done on those samples and the genetic genealogy method used to link Kohberger to the murders. Kohberger has denied any wrongdoing. Damage assessment is underway in a town near Indianapolis after a tornado touchdown.
Now, the storm hit the area Sunday. The town's chief says that the suspected twister cut a path of about 3 miles and then left at least 75 homes damaged. No one was hurt. Emergency shelter has been set up at a local middle school for anyone who's left homeless by this storm.
Incredible to see those videos. 6:16 here, and we're on weather alert here in our area as well.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers is talking about how it's going to be a little bit different than what we experienced this weekend.
Yeah,
exactly, guys. We're talking about the damaging wind gust, hail, also an isolated tornado threat. All these things we've got to put into play and be aware of for later this afternoon and evening. So you have lacrosse games, you've got practices, you got things you're doing outside with the kids, summer camp, things like that. You want to make sure to stay weather aware today, especially as we get later into the afternoon. This is our live cam downtown Baltimore. Sun is up, but we've seen some of those clouds hanging around, and it is already warm and muggy. 73 is your air temperature. The dew point temperature is 70 degrees, so 90% humidity. Already feeling that mugginess, and that's what's going to be the case later today with hot and humid conditions. We did have a couple of pop-up showers and thunderstorms for you in Cecil County, now moving on toward Delaware and New Jersey at this time. This is the next weather maker, that cold front that is moving into a very warm and moist atmosphere as we head later into the afternoon. We'll talk a little bit more about that cold front and how it impacts us in just a second. This is the Storm Prediction Center outlook. Notice the green and the marginal risk for severe weather extends up and down the East Coast, but the oranges and the yellows, that's that enhanced or slight risk, and that is a 3 or a 2 on that scale of 1 to 5. And pretty much all of us here under an enhanced risk for severe weather. When you get that enhanced risk, that means things are favorable for those thunderstorms to develop by the afternoon. And those biggest threats we've been talking about all morning are the damaging wind gusts. That's what I think is going to be the biggest issue here. We're talking about trees possibly being down onto power lines, onto houses, some of that large hail, isolated tornado threat, and even some of those heavier rain showers along with some of those thunderstorms developing. Now, we look at a lot of different weather models back in our Weather Authority Forecast Center. So this is what I'm going to show you, kind of a little inside baseball here real quick. This is an hourly future scan. This is called the HRRR, the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. So we look at these models, we compare, and we try to give you the best idea for the timing of when these storms roll in. Pretty much all the models agree that through 10 o'clock this morning we're dry, maybe a stray shower or 2, and really into about 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Notice on this model, which again updates every hour, it's tracking a little bit later for those storms to roll in. So we're talking about 4 or 5, even into the 6 o'clock hour before any of that activity starts to get going. But then between about 6, 7, and 8 o'clock, that's when more of those heavier rain showers and thunderstorms will be moving in to the region, even through about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. This is our in-house model. This is a different weather model. This updates every 6 hours or so. And this still talks about the heat that's going to be building throughout the day. But notice this one has the showers coming in that 4, 5, and 6 o'clock hours. So pretty close to the HRRR. Either way, we're going to see those showers and storms that will develop as we head toward the afternoon today. And then another round of some showers is going to be possible for tomorrow with another risk for thunderstorms as well. Let's talk about the cold front, the dynamics of what happens. So the colder air moves into the warm atmosphere. And you look at this graphic right here, you get that steep frontal slope, the warm air moving up over the colder air. And that's that rising air. You get that moisture and that daytime heating. So you get those big towering convective and cumulus clouds. And that warm, moist air obviously rises. Then that helps to kind of bring the rain and thunderstorms that form along the cold front. And a possible squall line could develop when you have that kind of uniformity with that cold front moving into that very warm and unstable atmosphere. So that is what we're experiencing for today. And that's why we are weather alert. As for tomorrow, we'll see some showers, possible thunderstorms as well. Cooler, but still a couple of storms we've got to get through. Wednesday and Thursday, definitely drier and calmer conditions later this week. And then we do bring another chance for a round of a couple of pop-up showers and storms for this upcoming holiday weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network here. We've got to look at some of our cameras around the Baltimore region. As we look here, no issues to report. The only big issue, that utility problem on Cromwell Bridge Road, but traffic here very light. No issues to report in these areas. Let's go ahead and take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is on 95 southbound in White Marsh. Traffic moving pretty nicely there as well. All right, let's get a check now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. How's it going?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got 10 train 511 operating with about a 5 to 10 minute delay, along with Camden train 845, allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, working with the service disruption between Timonium Fairgrounds and Hunt Valley. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Allow time for travel as you'll need it. Expect about a 20-minute delay at present due to maintenance out there. Shuttle buses are in place. Metro Subway Link looking good, though. No delays or issues there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A string of deadly weekend shootings happening across the U.S. What we know about the violent shootings and the possible suspects.
But first, paying for car insurance can be rough on your wallet. After the break, how you can save money while maintaining the protection that you need. 6:21, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
Feeling the pain of high car insurance costs every single month, and with auto premiums recently rising higher than inflation, Consumer Report says it's more important than ever to find ways to lower your bill.
The good news, we have some cost-saving tips that actually work. Dennis Osorio likes his cars.
So I got 4 vehicles right now.
But with all that horsepower means more money to keep them insured. Dennis's insurer of choice, Progressive.
Your service is great. If you get homeowners insurance with the same company, you get a discount.
Consumer Reports says there are ways to get your bill even lower. First, raise your deductible and cancel coverage that you don't need. A $1,000 deductible compared to a $500 one might sound like a lot, but it could reduce your premium by more than 10%. And if your vehicle is older, consider canceling collision and comprehensive altogether, because you could end up paying more than you would just to get back in repair or replacement costs. If your car's current value is low, you probably don't need to be paying for those extra coverages. Consider tracking programs like State Farm's Drive Safe and Save Connected Car and Progressive's Snapshot, where they use technology to track your driving habits. Many drivers will get a discount right out of the gate, but Consumer Reports says there's something you need to keep in mind.
You're looking at a privacy trade-off. So if you're willing to give up some of these details about where you're going and how you're driving, how often you're driving, then you might see some benefit. But if you don't want the insurer riding shotgun with you, then you might say no to some of these programs.
Dennis, for one, says he'd be open to that trade-off.
We're pretty safe drivers, so anything that saves money is always a plus.
Even if you don't want to get tracked, being a safe driver will still reap some rewards. Even one driving violation or insurance claim can quickly raise your rates.
Well, Consumer Reports also reminds car owners that, in general, the more expensive the car, the higher the premium, because expensive cars cost more to repair and replace. So be sure to keep that in mind when buying your next car.
We are on weather alert this morning due to severe weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long this weather maker will last.
And crime concerns ramping up in Baltimore County. We'll tell you about the latest homicide investigation and how many shootings there's been so far this month. We're live right now in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and you see it right there. We are weather alert today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers telling us why and when.
Exactly right, guys. Good morning. I want everybody to stay weather aware today. This is the final week of June as July is right around the corner. Definitely felt like summer over the weekend, and we're going to definitely feel like summer with a hot and humid afternoon and then strong to severe storms. That's what the weather alert day is all about. We're talking damaging wind gusts. We're talking hail, possible isolated tornadoes also on the table. And that timing after about 3 p.m. is when things start to get going. Will last until your evening commute and until the evening as well. So your Towson cam right now, you can almost see the mugginess out there with some of the haze that's hanging around. No precip being picked up on our radar at this time, but look at these temperatures. They're warm. We're in the mid 60s for Western Maryland, and most of us along the Chesapeake in the low to mid 70s to get you going on your Monday morning. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says maybe the AC on this morning will keep those clouds kind of hanging around and low to mid, even upper 70s through 9 a.m. Topping out at 92 today. Get those snowballs early because those storms are rolling in this afternoon. More rain and cooler temperatures on Tuesday, but we do start to dry out toward the middle of this upcoming week. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. 6:31, and now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here, the inner and outer loops moving along just fine. No major issues to report. The only problem, Cromwell Bridge Road is shut down both directions right in front of Lochraven High School. It's because of a water main break, and you may see some police on 695's outer loop, just kind of keeping you from going northbound on Cromwell Bridge and maybe diverting you there. Everybody else move along just fine.
This morning, Fox 45 News is following the violent crime crisis happening throughout our state.
Well, starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside a home along North Caroline Street in East Baltimore yesterday afternoon. 4 other people were shot over the weekend. One of them died.
The murder was part of a double shooting in Park Heights in front of the Belvedere Safe Streets office. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shantae Jackson's last day on the job is Friday.
When it comes to violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings have happened just this month.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with a breakdown of this county violence. Taylor.
You guys, from carjackings to shootings, people in Baltimore County say some of them are scared to leave their homes. This latest shooting happening last Thursday in the Lansdowne community. We spoke to folks who live on the street where that shooting occurred. They were too scared to show their face on camera, but they've attributed this rise in the shootings to possibly territory wars between folks living there.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shootings.
My opinion, drugs.
Perf situations, you know, and then people get mad that other people take someone's customers and stuff like that.
Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough spoke on WBAL radio, and he says underground marijuana deals are a driving force behind many of the homicides they're investigating. Now, no arrests have been made in Thursday's shootings, but as we said, he's calling it a targeted attack. Motive's not clear yet, but we're going to keep you updated as we learn more. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. When it comes to Governor Wes Moore speaking on the crime crisis, we're hearing some mixed messages.
Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club, and there he called out Republicans and the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think.
It is a stark contrast to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Take a listen.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says the governor's mixed messages could indicate he's focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to 2 different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Governor Moore is sending mixed messages on crime in Baltimore? You can see on the bottom there, so far, 96% of people who have voted responded yes. And you can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Former Baltimore City Mayor Sheila Dixon hinting at a 2024 run for mayor. During a town hall with our political commentator Armstrong Williams last week, she called it a strong possibility. Supporters say Dixon is a good candidate, pointing to historic drops in the city's homicide rate during her time in office. Others say they're not sure now is the right time for the city to make changes for its leaders. Regardless, community leaders say whoever wins the mayor's office needs to come to the table with solutions.
What's going to be my management strategy? What's going to be my administrative strategy around key offices, key agencies? I'm going to ensure that I have the best candidate and best person in those offices. We can't get away from this. I've got to have a strategy for improving schools.
After 2 years, Dixon's tenure as mayor came to an abrupt halt when she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge and was forced to resign. Dixon says she felt shame and embarrassment and sought mental help. Now she claims she will continue to rebuild trust with voters.
Well, we want to hear from you. If the Baltimore City mayoral primary was right now, who would you vote for? Mayor Brandon Scott or former Mayor Sheila Dixon? 96% of voters responding Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
This shouldn't have happened. It's destroyed her family. We're happy that accountability is beginning in this horrible accident.
Both suspects charged in March's deadly Beltway crash will be in court today. The charges they'll be facing for killing 6 construction workers.
And severe storms will be moving through Maryland today. Just ahead, how this could impact your evening commute. 6:36 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Severe Sunday thunderstorms roared across the landscape around South Bend, Indiana. High winds pelted the area with large hail from nickel to quarter size, as seen here. But in other places, it was bigger and with variations of clear and cloudy ice. And during the storm, rainfall turned stairways into rivers.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
Welcome back, everybody. Looking out from our downtown Baltimore camera, we have a lot of cloud cover out there. Definitely warm and muggy already. Our weather alert day, strong to severe storms. Damaging wind and hail can be possible later this afternoon into the evening time. We'll talk about in the lower 90s today. Some could even sneak in the mid 90s with the hot and humid conditions. Overnight to the 70s, and then we're cooler tomorrow with more rain and even some more storms possible on Tuesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
6:40 now from the live center this morning. We're following a string of deadly weekend shootings spanning the U.S. We start with a live look over Saginaw, Michigan, right nearby there, where police are investigating after a shooting at a street party with hundreds of attendees. 2 were killed, 15 were hospitalized, 12 of whom were shot, and several others were injured while running from the scene. Right now, no suspects are in custody. Then in Albany, Sunday, police say 2 men were shot and killed in separate shootings, marking 3 violent attacks over the span of just 4 days. Police say the shootings are not connected. Thursday, 1 adult and a teenager were shot right near a daycare center. In West Virginia, law enforcement investigating his police-involved fatal shooting. Officials say 82-year-old Carl Gist shot his neighbor in her face while she was just mowing her yard. Her condition unknown this morning. Gist then barricaded himself in his home, which led to an hours-long standoff. Police eventually firing tear gas inside that home. When Gist came out, they say he was armed, so police shot and killed him. And in Chicago, police report at least 24 people were shot, 3 killed, including a 15-year-old in a string of weekend shootings. That's the latest from our live center.
Mayor Brandon Scott may have a new challenger in the 2024 Baltimore mayoral race. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we are breaking down what each candidate brings to the table when it comes to solving issues in the city. And getting a Prime subscription may be easy to get, but difficult to cancel. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, why the government is now suing Amazon right ahead of Prime Day. It is 6:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:44 in your morning rush. Happening today, both suspects responsible for the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers in March, they're expected in court.
Taylor Stewart is live from the Baltimore County Court's building with a preview of their day in court. Taylor.
Well, that's right. So today at 9 o'clock, we're expecting to see Lisa Adrian Lee, Malachi Brown, both suspects in this crash. They're facing manslaughter and numerous other charges today. They've got different scheduled hearings, status hearing for Lee as well as a scheduling hearing for Brown. We will take you back to that crash at 7 o'clock, just remind you of the devastation that occurred that day, and we'll have that update for you at 7 o'clock and more on what they can expect in court. We're live right now in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. We are weather alert today as severe storms expected to impact your evening commute. And taking you live to the Inner Harbor there on the top part of your screen, Ocean City on the bottom right. And then on the left is the radar. We're looking at the Weather Authority radar as we're tracking the next weather maker.
Right now, it's warm, it's muggy, kind of fueling what we could see later today.
And it's the turn from what we experienced over the weekend happening later on today. That's making it dangerous. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us.
Good way to put that, Megan. Fueling. That's what we're talking about, kind of getting that ground warmed up and hot, too. But we're going to be talking about numbers in the 90s today. The humidity is building. You can feel that out there right now. You can see it here from this Towson camera as you make your way outside. But we're going to be drive through a good portion of the day today. It's not going to be until after about 2 or 3 o'clock when those storms are going to start to fire. You hear me talk a lot about the dew point temperature and the air temperature. The difference between those is called the dew point depression. So the air temperature at 73 degrees, but the dew point at 70 degrees. You get dew points in the upper 60s, lower 70s. That is a very muggy feeling, as well as definitely ripe conditions for thunderstorms to develop, and strong storms at that. So that muggy meter today will be in that gross category. With the increase in humidity, you add in that heat, and it's going to feel like we're in the mid to upper 90s for the afternoon. As of now, we did see a few showers that rolled through parts of Cecil County a little while ago. Those are now moving off to the north and up the 95 corridor. It's this cold front right here to the west of us that's going to be marching from west to east and moving into the very warm and unstable atmosphere getting into the later part of the afternoon. Now, this is the map that I was talking about earlier, the Storm Prediction Center. Notice the areas in yellow and orange. That's a slight or an enhanced risk. And we're talking almost 60 million people from New York City down toward Charleston, South Carolina, under that either enhanced or slight risk for severe weather later today. And that includes pretty much all of us here. It's kind of a rare enhanced risk. We typically don't see that around here, but when you get those dynamics that are favorable for those thunderstorms to develop, that's why the Storm Prediction Center warning us now to let us know that we have that enhanced risk for severe weather. There are no watches and there are no warnings at this time, but I do expect either a severe thunderstorm watch and possibly a tornado watch to be issued later this morning for the afternoon. Excuse me. Here's a look at our hourly futures cam as we take you into the 10 o'clock hour this morning. Notice we're dry. Those red arrows indicating that southerly wind and the warmer air that's moving in ahead of the cold front. About 3, 4 o'clock, you're going to start to see this stuff build into parts of Frederick County and Carroll County into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour, moving a little bit closer to the 95 corridor. This model is holding things off a little bit later, but I still think anytime after about 3 p.m. is when we're going to start to see those storms develop, and that's going to push through into the 7 to 8 o'clock hour for us later tonight. Excuse me. Looking at your safe space now. This is something you want to review with you and the entire family, especially when we talk about the threat for tornadoes. And obviously, if we have basements, that's where you want to be. If you don't have a basement, you want to get to the innermost portion of your house. We're talking about a bathroom that is away from all the windows, possibly even into the bathtub. You can cover yourself with pillows just in case we have some of those strong storms that may be getting out of control. That's if we get into that tornado warning situation, and even a tornado watch, you need to make sure to stay weather aware. So know your safe space. Go over it with you and the kids and everyone in your household so you know what to do if we get those warnings popping up. Temperatures typically in the upper 80s this time of year. We're going to be in the upper 80s and lower 90s across most of central Maryland, up and down the 95 corridor, even down the ocean, looking at numbers in the mid 70s today. But obviously it's the heat and humidity and then those dangerous thunderstorms that are possible. That's what's prompting our weather alert day. Tomorrow, Not weather alert, but we do have that potential for showers and a couple of thunderstorms on Tuesday afternoon. Temps will be cooler. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, a lot calmer conditions and numbers that are actually going to hover below average as we head toward the end of June. And then as we get into the first weekend of July and our 4th of July weekend, we do bring that chance for a couple of pop-up thunderstorms both Saturday and Sunday.
Right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you scan the QR code right there on your screen to show us what the weather is like in your neighborhood. If you can safely take pictures and videos when those storms roll through your neighborhood, we'd love to see them. You can upload your pictures to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and you just might see them on air or online.
Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here, and no issues to report on any of the major roads. The only problem, Cromwell Bridge Road. It's shut down both directions because of a water main break, and you can't go northbound off 695 onto it. Police are sitting there telling you to go around and find another way. So Cromwell Bridge Road, right in front of Lochraven High School, shut down both directions. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham. He's cruising along 695's outer loop in the Catonsville area, and looks like he's moving along without any issues here.
Trending now, a total solar eclipse will pass over Mexico, the United States, and Canada on April 8th of next year. And fans of the highly anticipated celestial event are hoping to book their seat to view it. Some of them have started booking hotels in areas where you can clearly see the eclipse. The path will be about 115 miles wide, crossing 13 states in eastern Canada. Next year's total solar eclipse will be the last time Americans will be able to easily see such an event until August of 2044.
An unusual sight in the New York City subway as Pizza Hut delivers hot pies to select customers waiting for trains. It was part of a promotion for the upcoming Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's coming out August 2nd. Yeah, Pizza Hut Turtles on a half shell right here. Pizza Hut has a 30-year history with the pizza-loving turtles. Now, some customers were able to get their pizzas delivered in the subway by texting a turtle emoji to a special phone number.
Plenty of celebration on the streets of Charles Village. Meantime, for Baltimore's annual Pride Parade, this year's theme is One Love, One Heart, One Pride, to honor the contributions made by the LGBTQIA+ community in Charm City. The parade is in its 48th year and continues to see massive turnouts.
Staying active during the summer when school is out is very important for your teens' mental and physical health. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. How they can get a chance to work out for free this summer.
And a local nonprofit is motivating our youth to success in ways that they never imagined. What they're doing different to train all young kids to reach their fullest potential.
I know one way to motivate anyone that's just about to get out the door and go to work.
Definitely reaching your fullest potential with a coffee break. Taking you live to the White House this morning, where the Biden administration is now facing some backlash after it was reported that Hunter Biden was going with his father to Camp David amid whistleblower allegations of political corruption. This as Hunter Biden pleads guilty to federal tax charges and agrees to a plea deal on felony gun charges. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in, joining us live from Greece here this morning. Armstrong, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Megan. My pleasure always.
We appreciate it. There's a lot going on here. The House and Ways Committee just revealing last week an interview with an IRS whistleblower who shared a message on the WhatsApp app from 2017, actually, in which Hunter allegedly told a Chinese business associate that he and his father would ensure, quote, "You will regret not following my direction." What is your reaction to this? What happens now when a message like that is out there?
I think what we should really be concerned about, Megan, is the fact that the IRS whistleblowers and people within the FBI is reporting how David Weiss, who was the person handling this case from Delaware, intentionally slowed it down. Weiss is telling us that he did not get the support that he thought he would get from Attorney General Merrick Garland. Garland said on Friday, this is not true. He had full reign. The question is, whom do you believe? But one thing we do know, that because he's the son of a president, he's getting preferential treatment, special treatment. The fact that the IRS wanted to have more charges brought against him on a plethora of issues, and that the Department of Justice decided to go with the two most misdemeanor of them all should tell you something. I think the fact that Hunter Biden going to Camp David with his father, I know people want to make an issue of that, but it doesn't matter whether he's corrupt, whether he goes to jail, that is still his father, and that is still his son. And that man at this stage in his life, and you know he has cognitive issues, he wants to stand by his child because he knows his child is in trouble. That doesn't bother me.
Armstrong.
What bothers me is that the father continues to defend him.
That's what I want to ask you.
Accountable and responsible.
I want to ask you, Armstrong, do you think that will continue? You've got Biden looking for the 2024 presidency here, Hunter getting caught up in a lot of other things. At what point, you know, will the president maybe say maybe Hunter didn't do right?
I think his advisors have already tried to get him to distance himself from his son. If you read the statements that Biden made versus what comes out of his heart when he's thinking about his child, it's very different. I think it's a very difficult situation for the president, but at some point, I think the White House, particularly if it starts to impact his poll numbers, because remember, Robert Kennedy is out there. He has 20% of the support. He's getting no publicity, and no one really knows that he's running. The Democrats want to keep people like Robert Kennedy and people like Cornel West under the radar. There's a threat to this Biden's presidency, and not from the GOP, but the people within his own party. They don't want this. And so whether Biden continues to defend his kid or not, I don't know, but he's very stubborn.
And I want to make sure we talk about this as well. Is there a line between the two? Is it purely Hunter's business, or is the president going to be connected and tied to this?
I think this is the best question you've asked. I think the president knows that he was involved with Hunter's illegal activities. I think the vice president of the United States at the time was very aware. I think there's a lot of guilt of him storing his son in the bus, knowing that he was engaged. Because if you read the emails, you look at the messages, clearly the vice president, even when he was not vice president, was very aware of what his son was doing. And let's not forget that the president's brother was also involved. This was a family affair. You had wires and transporters going to nieces and nephews, to uncles, to cousins. And listen, then you ask yourself this question, what was the business? No one has been able to determine what business they were doing except getting money and wiring and someone within the family. It was a family enterprise, and it was corrupt, yes.
All right, Armstrong, again, we appreciate it. We know you're out of the country, and thanks for taking time to talk with us.
Thank you, Megan.
Temperatures are going to soar today. We'll talk about heat and humidity, and then the severe weather that's on the way on our weather alert day. We'll talk about it coming up.
The two suspects who hit and killed 6 construction workers set to appear in court today. We're live for the preview just ahead.
And brain drain at City Hall. Coming up, which leaders are leaving and what's next for Mayor Brandon Scott's administration.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Monday, June 26th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is out today, and we're on weather alert as we wait for what's to come this afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us about the importance and the significance of safety this afternoon.
Absolutely. So important, guys, to have your weather plan, your severe weather plan ready to go. So, this is a good time to review it with the kids here, especially with spring or with summer break happening and with all sorts of camps going on and things that are happening in the afternoon. Might want to delay those plans because we're tracking strong to severe storms on our weather alert day, damaging wind and also hail that will be possible. We're talking after about 3 o'clock this afternoon into the 8, 9 o'clock hour for tonight. That's going to be our best chance for some of that severe weather. A rare enhanced risk for severe weather. All of us in the orange, that is 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. That includes all of Baltimore City, most of Baltimore County, the entire Eastern Shore, Howard and Arundel counties, and notice even you in Frederick and Carroll counties under that slight risk. So that's still a 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Your morning drive is fine. No issues here. Mr. Bo says we're good to go with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s, muggy and mild this morning. But we're going to heat up this afternoon, numbers that will get to the 90s with that heat and humidity building before the storms roll in. We'll break it down for you hour by hour coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Taking a look, your Lynn Solar traffic and around the Baltimore region. Here's a look at some of your drive times. A slight slowdown, 95 to 83, and it's really just added 1 minute. The only issue to report, there's an incident on 50 eastbound right before the Bay Bridge. 2 vehicles involved in the left 2 lanes are blocked.
This shouldn't have happened. It's destroyed her family. We're happy that accountability is beginning in this horrible accident.
Today, both suspects responsible for the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March are expected in court.
Lisa Lee will have a status hearing, and then Malachi Brown will have a scheduling hearing. Taylor Stewart is live from the Baltimore County Court's building with a preview of their day in court. Taylor?
That's right, Tom, Megan. This should be a small step towards closure for the family, the colleagues of those 6 construction workers that were killed. Adrian Lisa Lee, Malachi Brown, both of them expected to stand before a judge today, each facing manslaughter, including numerous other charges. But let me take you back to that day in March when this all unfolded. Now, prosecutors revealed the 2 were allegedly driving more than twice the 55 per mile speed limit, 120 miles, going through a construction zone. Now, when Lee tried to change lanes, both cars barreled into the median, killing the construction workers. Prosecutors say toxicology reports show THC was in Lee's system at the time, but there's a lot of questions that still remain in this case. Attorneys for those victims say there's a lot more to be learned once this trial gets underway.
There are layers of responsibility upon layers in this case. People shouldn't go 122 miles an hour on the Beltway, but we know they do, and that enhances and increases the importance of protecting these people by putting simple safety measures in place.
This Severna Park woman, Sybil DiMaggio, one of the 6 whose lives were cut short during that day on the inner loop of 695. She's a wife, a mother with 2 children. Her family still grieving today. Now, this hearing begins at 9 a.m. Hopefully brings or starts to bring some closure to the people who were involved in this crash. We'll be live in that courtroom and bring you all the latest updates. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. For more coverage on this case, you can head over to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. There you can find more reporting on the deadly Beltway crash and stay up to date as this case develops.
Now to a city in crisis this week. Shantae Jackson, the director of the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and Jason Mitchell, the public works director, will leave their positions.
Jason Mitchell submitted his letter of resignation in January, citing family health concerns for his decision. The announcement came as the director faced pushback from city council members over inconsistent recycling pickup. Recycling services have still not gone back to their regular weekly schedule. Recycling is just one controversy Mitchell faced while he was in office, including the state takeover of the Back River wastewater treatment plant and E. coli water contamination. Mitchell's last day was initially supposed to be in April, but in March, the mayor's office announced Mitchell would stay through June 30th to help complete ongoing projects.
The mayor's office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement Director Shantae Jackson will step down on Friday as well, leaving behind a number of projects that office is a part of. Monzi is playing a key role in the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, which the city is working to expand, as well as the youth curfew and the Safe Streets program. It's not clear who will run Monzi next and what the future holds for Jackson.
Now, when it comes to the Safe Streets program, Fox 45 News has learned about a few changes even since Jackson announced her departure in early May. Program will soon stop evaluating Safe Streets contracts annually in favor of multi-year contracts. Right now, 2 nonprofits run Safe Streets locations. Their contracts with the city are approved annually. Catholic Charities and LifeBridge Health were supposed to take over all Safe Streets locations earlier this year, but just last week, Board of Estimates extended its contract with Park Heights Renaissance for the Park Heights Safe Streets site for the second time. Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program and how it spends its money for more than a year. In January, Baltimore City handed over more than 450 pages worth of Safe Streets related contracts after we threatened legal action. The names of the employees are redacted because Safe Streets says they are not city employees. They work for the nonprofit that operates their location. Jackson and Mitchell are just the latest executives to leave the Scott administration. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison stepping down just a few weeks ago. The fire department has been without a permanent leader for months. You can find more on all the vacant positions in Baltimore City government on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
From our live center, now this morning, uncertainty in Moscow after a failed revolt by mercenaries in Russia. Right now, Wagner troops are heading back to the front lines in Ukraine to continue fighting alongside Russian forces. And this morning, Russian state media calling the revolt a crime and treason. This uprising, guys, began after Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russia's military of attacking a Wagner camp and started that march on Moscow, gaining control of a key military facility in southern Russia. In a stunning national address, Putin calling out the rebellion, vowing to punish those on a, quote, path to treason. Then insurrection ended as quickly and suddenly as it began. The Wagner leader announcing Saturday his forces were stopping their advance towards Moscow under a deal that was brokered by Belarus. While many questions remain about the deal, the Kremlin says Prigozhin will not face charges for the mutiny, but has been branded a traitor and exiled to Belarus. He's also no longer in control of the Wagner mercenaries. Russian leaders saying soldiers who took part in the rebellion will not be prosecuted, and forces that didn't participate will now sign contracts with Russia's military. Wagner troops, we know, have played a pivotal role for Russia in the ongoing war in Ukraine. Right now, it's unclear if any of the Wagner forces that were loyal to Prigozhin will follow him to Belarus and what the impact will be to the war zones currently under Wagner control.
7:07 in this morning, a town right near Indianapolis is recovering after a suspected tornado. The Bargersville area fire chief says the suspected twister, which you can see right there on your screen, cut a path about 3 miles and then left at least 75 homes damaged. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Take a look at that video right there. An emergency shelter has been set up at a local middle school for anyone who's left homeless. The National Weather Service says that a survey team will inspect the damage today and then determine if it in fact was a tornado that hit that area.
Now we are tracking extreme heat and storms this week for millions of Americans. Taking you live here. This is Michigan this morning as the risk for severe storms extends from here all the way to Louisiana. Heat alerts stretch from the southwest across the southern U.S. The National Weather Service Prediction Center says oppressive temperatures in triple digits could even exceed a heat index of 120 degrees in some areas. The Central Plains will be feeling the heat by the middle of the week.
Well, we are weather alert today as severe storms expected to impact the evening commute. And we're taking you live to the Inner Harbor on the top right side of your screen right there, Ocean City on the bottom right of your screen, and then to the left, the radar for our weather authority, and it is as they are tracking this next weather maker.
We need to get one more check of our forecast, timing this out for us.
Yeah, in fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the danger later on today.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And when you look at that radar right now, there's not much to show because we're not seeing anything develop. It's the cold front that is to the west that will develop as it moves closer to us, and that's what's going to spawn some of those thunderstorms later this afternoon. Could be of the strong to severe variety. It's already muggy and warm out there. Notice this HD radar picture. We had a few showers and a couple of rumbles of thunder in parts of Cecil County earlier this morning, but that has since moved on to the north. But there's the cold front right there. You can see that cutting through Pittsburgh, down through Charleston, West Virginia, down through Knoxville, Tennessee. Out ahead of that, we've had some showers and storms develop in western North Carolina. But again, everything is quiet for now. Different scenario as we get into the afternoon and evening. Look at these numbers, too. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville, Towson, Baltimore over to Rosedale, 73 in Brooklyn Park. Elk Ridge, you're already at 72. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog before the storms roll in, just know it's already muggy and mild with mid to upper 70s over the next few hours. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how long these storms are going to impact you and what we can expect for the rest of this week, this final week of June.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on our Len Stoller Traffic Network here, we are moving along pretty nicely here as we take a live look here from many of our shots around the Beltway here. We do have one incident to report. The ramp from Ruxton Road to the Beltway closed because of a crash that they're experiencing out there. But again, these shots looking pretty nice this morning.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. A half dozen shootings in Baltimore County this month has residents concerned where blame is being placed.
But first, many people take melatonin to get better sleep, but be careful. Next in our Monday morning house call, the misleading and confusing dosage that you need to be aware of. It is 7:11. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined. This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Heads up to parents using melatonin to help their kids fall asleep. A recent study in the Journal of the American Medical Association found 22 out of 25 melatonin gummies were mislabeled, most containing much more melatonin than advertised. This morning, Dr. Terry Goyen, chair of pediatrics at GBMC Healthcare, joining us live with what we need to be looking for. Dr. Goyen, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Megan. Great to be here.
Bottom line, is this dangerous?
It can be, because there is no regulation. The FDA does not screen supplements, and melatonin falls under the supplements. So you want to look for outside verification. You're going to look for either the NSF or USP or Consumer Labs label on any of your supplements, herbals, because then it has been verified that the product is what it contains on the label. So it's been a third-party verification.
I mean, the 22 out of 25, how concerning is this?
It's very concerning, right? I mean, you can have up to 3 times, 300% higher dose. So much more sleepiness, drowsiness, some irritability, some increased bedwetting, actually, because they're sleeping so deeply.
Let me ask you this. Let's say you get the right amount that your child should be using. Is it still safe? Is this something that you would recommend using?
I would recommend forming good sleep habits first. Melatonin is something your body makes anyways. So let's give your body the environment that it needs to sleep. Someplace dark and cool, shutting off your electronics an hour before bedtime, reading or listening to music, calming routine. So the routine that I love for patients is brushing your teeth, bath, reading a book, and then bed. Right. So if you set up the routine, your body knows what to expect. Getting the environment just right, keeping it dark and cool, the other parts, that will really help. That will solve the majority of your sleep issues. So it's many of those distractions that keep us from falling asleep. And our body does make melatonin, so make use of it. It needs darkness to kick in. If you have blue lights, it's not going to kick in. And yeah.
Is there ever a chance you would recommend using melatonin?
In a pinch here and there, but I wouldn't use it as a regular habit. Okay. And believe it or not, small doses, okay? 0.1 to 0.3 to 1 milligram is all you need. That's how much your body naturally makes. Whereas most of the supplements that we're seeing for melatonin over the counter, they have 1, 3, 5, and 10 milligrams. Way more than the physiologic dose that your body makes.
Just incredible. And I think, many people aren't even thinking that would be an option. You assume if it's on the shelves, it's safe.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily absolutely safe and not what it claims to be. So look for the NSF, USP, or Consumer Labs posting on the label, because then you know that there has been third-party verification and the contents are what they claim to be.
Dr. Goyen, we appreciate your time, especially important in the summer when schedules are all over the place. Thank you.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks.
7:17, we need to find out exactly why we're in weather alert mode.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here, timing things out for us today. Justin.
Yeah, probably not the best day to do pool stuff if you're going to do it in the afternoon. If you want to do stuff in the morning time between now and I'd say 1 or 2 o'clock, you're good to go. But again, the strong to severe storms is why we are in weather alert mode for today. Damaging wind gusts and hail will be possible. Outside threat for a tornado as well. Looking down at Camden Yards, hopefully we can get the game in tonight because we are tracking those storms in the late afternoon and evening time. And I'll show you your O's cast coming up in just a moment, going for the third win in a row. The red hot Reds are coming to town, even though they lost their last 2. 74, your temperature right now at BWI. And notice that dew point at 71 degrees. It is muggy. There's no doubt about that. As those dew points stay in the 60s and 70s throughout the day and our temperatures heat up, that gives us a better chance to get some storms to fire. HD radar is all quiet right now. There's a lot of cloud cover out there. Even those storms that we're developing in East Tennessee Tennessee and over parts of western North Carolina, they've dissipated a little bit. We will see that front, that cold front that's going to move into a very favorable atmosphere for severe weather, which is why most of the East Coast is under some sort of a threat for severe weather for the afternoon. Almost 60 million people under the slight or enhanced risk for severe weather, which is either 2 or 3. And that includes us. Now, I was talking with my friends at the National Weather Service, and we usually get maybe 1, maybe 2 days a year in the enhanced category, which is 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. So it happens, but it is quite rare. Typically, we see slight or marginal risk for what we see in terms of thunderstorm coverage. So the severe weather threats today: large hail, strong wind, isolated tornado, even some heavy rain with some of the downpours that we're looking at with those storms moving in. Let's show you the latest HRRR. This is the hourly future scan. This updates every hour. A couple of light showers are going to be possible later this morning. Most of the day today stays dry, but all of that warm air, that's what the red arrows are indicating there, that southerly flow is coming in, and that's going to continue to heat us up. Look at this model now. This takes us through about 6 p.m. and still staying dry. Then you get to about 7, 8 o'clock. That's when some of those storms are going to start moving a little bit closer to us. So this is backing off on the timing until more of an evening threat, and that's when things can be even more dangerous, because once the sun goes down, you can't see where those storms are moving. You can't see those clouds coming in. You really have to pay attention to the weather radar or that app on your phone. So for the O's tonight, again, 7:05 first pitch. Hopefully they'll get that game in. Maybe a delay, possibly pushing it to tomorrow, but we have more rain tomorrow night too as well. So either way, that's what we're looking at for Camden Yards on your O's cast. High temps today. It's going to be hot, upper 80s and lower 90s before those storms roll in across the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge to Annapolis, Baltimore, Columbia, down through Laurel for your highs in the lower 90s. And that's going to continue down through D.C. today as well. Even upper 80s in Philly and Harrisburg, mid 70s down the ocean there at Ocean City. So we talk about this, the FOX45 Weather Authority app. You just search WBFF in the App Store or Android store, and you can actually track live severe weather radar right there in the palm of your hand. And you get push alerts sent to your phone. That way you know if there is severe weather that is coming your way. We have no watches or warnings right now, but that definitely could change. Weather alert day 4 today. More showers, couple of thunderstorms tomorrow as well, with temps back to the mid 80s. And then Wednesday and Thursday, a lot drier and calmer conditions on the way before we start heating back up. And we do bring that chance for storms into our Independence Day weekend as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen to show us what the weather looks like in your neighborhood. If you can safely take pictures and videos when those storms roll through your neighborhood here today, we'd love to see them. You can upload them to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and you can see them on air or online.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We have a couple slowdowns here on the map around the region. The main issue that's slowing you down is that top part of the Beltway right near Cromwell Bridge Road. It is a water main break there that has shut it down completely both directions. Lock Raven Boulevard, there's some police stopping you from going northbound on Cromwell Road at 695, so that's why you're tapping your brakes. There's also an incident right now that just got cleared up on the at the Bay Bridge when you're heading eastbound on the Bay Bridge coming over. They just pulled that marker down, so that's some good news for you there. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's cruising around the area of Glen Burnie, a little volume, but looks like he's moving along just fine.
Exciting news in Birdland coming up. Which top prospect is set to make their major league debut this evening?
Well, see, it's so Baltimore this morning, an opportunity for kids to improve their basketball game from a former member of one of the most famous teams in the world.
Be More Lifestyle's Mark Clark joining us live from Coppin State University, which is hosting the Chu Smith Summer Basketball Camp. Always a good time. How's it going, Mark? Any shots yet?
It's great, not yet, but I'm just so impressed. If you have not been on the campus of Coppin State University, it's amazing. Dr. Banks is here with us. So Dr. Banks, the Chu Smith camp is back. We're excited about it. Tell us what's going to happen.
Okay, well, you know, the Chu Smith basketball camp is a Baltimore staple. He has trained so many kids in the summertime. I know these kids got to be looking forward to it. He trained all my sons. My oldest son is 29, so that's how long I've been participating in this camp. And man, what they do is remarkable. To me, I just always say coaches are fathers too. Some of these kids, this is the only chance they really get to get that kind of male mentorship. And this camp is really, you know, fully intensive because Chu is a real player. He was a Harlem Globetrotter. He's now a chairman of the Retired NBA Players Association. So they're getting an experience that, you know, you just can't duplicate. And it's created so many kids. He got kids that's in the NBA now, kids that have gone on to go to college. I mean, it's just a super powerful tool in our community, man. It's priceless.
Man, I got to say, and I want to hop in too, Doc, because it is so priceless. And of course, I got a parent brag, but our girls came to the camp, and I was always late, but you still forgave me. And my oldest, Sydney, has been accepted into Howard Medical School, but she also came to the Chu Smith camp. So that just speaks to the legacy, and so many people have been influenced. So we're excited to be here. We'll be here all morning, guys.
That is awesome.
That is awesome. And it just shows you right there, it's more than just basketball. It's about that fellowship with these coaches on the court and off the court.
Developing who you are. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, it's calm this morning, but there's a good chance that changes as we move into the afternoon. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down our next chance for severe weather in just a moment.
But we also have more concerns for crime in Baltimore County. We'll tell you about the ramping up crime concerns here and the most recent homicide just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News as we take a live look over Camden Yards where the Orioles have been hot, almost as hot as our temperatures here this morning.
Yeah, and that is why we are weather alert today.
My goodness. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Weather alert not coming till this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when it can turn to a significant storm heading our way.
Exactly right, guys. And you mentioned the heat. It's the heat and humidity that will build, and that's going to help to kind of fire up and give us that fuel that we need for some of those thunderstorms to develop, which means that game tonight is in jeopardy in terms of a delay and possibly even a cancellation with the O's taking on the Reds at 7:05 at Camden Yards. So this is what it looks like temperature-wise, and yeah, it is warm and muggy. We're in the low to mid-70s for Westminster, Bel Air, down through Baltimore City, 76 Annapolis, 71 your temp in Laurel, already at 72 in Frederick. So strong to severe storms this afternoon. The damaging wind, the biggest threat we're going to have, 50 and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are going to be possible, and some large hail also possible with this storm. After about 3 or 4 o'clock is when things really start to get going. A lot of the models are pushing it back a little bit further, so we're looking at more 5, 6 o'clock hour tonight. But your morning drive, Mr. Bose says we're good to go with mid to upper 70s. No issues for this morning's commute. We're at 92 for our high today, so that's hot and humid. It's going to match what we saw yesterday for our high. Excuse me. Then we're back to the mid 80s with cooler temperatures tomorrow, but still a threat for showers and a couple of more thunderstorms as well. We're coming back in a few minutes. We'll take you through that hour-by-hour future scan, let you know exactly when some of those storms are going to roll in and what we're thinking in terms of those threats to you and your family. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. We do know of one incident that we have. It's the Beltway. Outside of the Beltway here, there's 2 vehicles involved. This is basically right at the outer loop, right at 140. So you can see one of the cars that's in that median on the ramp there to get off right here. And it looks like there's, they may have that cleaned up, but it is causing some delays on your outer loop there, right at Maryland 140 and the outer loop 695. Also, the other one is over in the Towson area, and that's right at Lock Raven Boulevard, which is, Cromwell Bridge Road, which is shut down both directions because of water main break there. We'll see if we can get our Gram Cam over there, see if we can get a shot of that here coming up in just a little bit.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is following the violent crime crisis that is happening throughout the state.
Well, starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside a home along North Caroline Street in East Baltimore yesterday afternoon. 4 people were shot over the weekend. 1 of them died. Now, the murder is part of a double shooting in Park Heights in front of the Belvedere Safe Streets office. Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shantae Jackson's last day is this coming Friday.
Well, when it comes to the violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings have happened there just this month. We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with the breakdown of the violence in this county. Taylor.
Well, that's right. This is typically something we talk about with Baltimore City, but folks in Baltimore County say they're scared to leave their homes in some cases. Now, just this past Thursday, there was a shooting in the Lansdowne community that has residents on edge enough to not want to be on camera. But they say they think the crime that they're seeing now is stemming from battles over territory. Right now, 6 homicides and 2 deadly shootings. Take a listen to what their concerns are.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shootings.
My opinion, drugs.
Perf situations, and then people get mad that other people take someone's customers and stuff like that.
Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough spoke on WBAL radio. He says underground marijuana deals are probably the driving force behind many of the homicides they're investigating. No arrests have been made in Thursday's deadly shooting. Motive is not clear, but police say it does appear to be a targeted attack. We will keep our eyes on this and let you know how this investigation unfolds. For now, we're live. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. When it comes to Governor Wes Moore speaking on the crime crisis, we're hearing some mixed messages.
Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club, and there he called out Republicans and the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
It's a stark contrast to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Take a listen.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Well, Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says the governor's mixed messages could indicate that he is focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to two different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have no idea.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Governor Moore is sending mixed messages on crime in Baltimore? This poll just opened here this morning, now seeing 90. Actually, this is the wrong poll that we're showing right here. We'll try to bring up the other one here momentarily. We do put these on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
736, former Baltimore City Mayor Sheila Dixon hinting at a 2024 run for mayor during a town hall with political commentator Armstrong Williams just last week. And she called it a strong possibility. Supporters say Dixon is a good candidate, pointing to the historic drops in the city's homicide rate during her time in office. Others say they are not sure now is the right time for the city to change leaders. Regardless, community leaders say whoever wins the mayor's office needs to come to the table with some solutions.
What's going to be my management strategy? What's going to be my administrative strategy around key offices, key agencies? I'm going to ensure that I have the best candidate and best person in those offices. We can't get away from this. I've got to have a strategy for improving schools.
After 2 years, Dixon's tenure as mayor came to an abrupt halt when she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge and was forced to resign. Dixon says she felt shame and embarrassment and sought mental help. Now she claims that she will continue to rebuild trust with voters.
We want to hear from you. If Baltimore City mayoral primary was held right now, who would you vote for? You see on the bottom of your screen right there, we have Mayor Brandon Scott or former Mayor Sheila Dixon. 90% responded Sheila Dixon. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. We're about a year away from Baltimore's mayoral primary, but the race is heating up. Next, we take a closer look at the political climate for 2024. Two top officials set to leave Mayor Brandon Scott's administration this week. Coming up in our next half hour, what's behind the brain drain at City Hall.
And we are weather alert today as storms threaten to make your Monday afternoon commute a mess. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down when we can expect that trouble to arrive. 7:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning, hoping to get this game in tonight.
7:41 is your time. We're 19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. That music means that we're under that weather alert today. Everything is nice and calm over the Inner Harbor. Lots of the cloud cover that's out there. The muggy and mild conditions continue this morning. We're going to heat up this afternoon. That's what's going to help to fuel some of these strong to severe thunderstorms, especially after about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Some of the models are lingering a little bit more into the evening time, so the second half of your evening commute and into tonight as well. Hopefully you'll get some much needed rain on our yards and our gardens, but if you do want to get that watering done, do it this morning before that heat rolls in, and lower 90s this afternoon. We'll drop to the 70s tonight and then back to the mid 80s, so a little cooler tomorrow, but we carry another chance for some showers and even a few more storms on Tuesday. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes.
Well, coming up, in a city in crisis, former mayor may challenge incumbent Brandon Scott. A community activist joins us live to break down the upcoming mayoral race.
And in Eastern Europe, major infighting within the Russian military forces, how leadership there is responding after a huge number of mercenary troops leave the front lines. Time now 7:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(7:44), just 11 months until the Maryland primaries, and typically the winner in the Democratic primary wins the Baltimore mayor race due to the overwhelming Democrat base in the city. And now it looks like incumbent Brandon Scott may have a challenger. Runner-up in last race, former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Well, joining us now, someone who also ran in that previous mayoral race, Pastor Shannon Wright. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
The big question now comes down to Dixon versus Scott, and it looks like Sheila Dixon, she hasn't officially announced, but she's really getting close to that. Who do you think would be able to win out of those two?
So it's an interesting question, but I will say this. I would hope neither one. I would hope someone else would pop up in the Democratic primary, and I'll tell you why. Right now, Baltimore City is ranked as one of the worst run cities in the country. And quite frankly, that didn't start in this administration. It started about 2 or 3 ago, which would have been in the Dixon administration. So you know, sometimes people say when you're trying to move forward and you keep looking back, you slip, trip, and bust your mess. So I think if Baltimore really wants to have advances, it needs to look forward, not backwards.
Okay, well then that was going to bring up another question that I have, because Dixon is announcing, it sounds like this is going to open up a little bit more for Democratic candidates. You're saying that more candidates should then start coming in, maybe seeing vulnerability with Mayor Scott?
I would think so. And again, the leadership of the city, again, the decline didn't start in this administration, but this administration has really added to the decline of the city. When we're talking about crime, when we're talking about education, when we're talking about our economic base. Listen, right now, the policies that our mayor is implementing are killing our economic engine. We can't rent a center our way out of economic disparity. Mm-hmm. We have to have sound policies, and right now we don't.
And Pastor Wright, though, I know a lot of people will say, oh, well, why are Republicans even running in this if a Republican candidate were to stand up? And a lot of times it's to point out the flaws that are going out, maybe knowing that they won't win, but at least showing the issues. We can talk about crime, schools, and the businesses, plus the population that keeps dwindling.
Absolutely. Listen, the next mayor of Baltimore City, whoever she may be, needs to come to the table with solutions. For example, in education. So many of us have been apartment renters before. When your apartments have repairs, sometimes you hold that money and hope to go to court so that the judge can force folks to make repairs. I would, if elected, implement a strategy similar to that, in that the schools would be required to get money, but before they got that money released from the city, they would have to have a performance plan. They would have to show that they've done a fiscal and a performance audit. We would go school by school, ranked from the lowest, and we would go grade by grade, asking the teachers what they need. There has to be solutions. So whomever the next mayor may be, we need to be looking forward, not back. We need to have solutions that actually make sense. Okay. We have been run by one party for decades, and that hasn't gotten us very far. So it's time to hear some other voices and some real solutions.
Pastor Shannon Wright, it sounded like you had just gave us a campaign speech. Are you running to be the next mayor of Baltimore?
I guess time will tell, now won't it?
Okay. You sound like a lot like Sheila Dixon. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 7:48 here. We are on weather alert on this Monday morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast. Now you're going, what's the big deal? It's really in a few hours, right?
Exactly right. By the way, I am not running for mayor. Just to let everybody know. I'm
good.
Not, at least
we need
not
you.
Now. At least not now. I got some stuff to do here. Got to talk about the weather. And, you know, I like my gig, so hopefully I can stick around for a while. Our Towson camera, we are seeing the cloud cover that is out there. It's muggy, my friends. Look at these numbers. 74 is the air temperature. Dew point temperature at 71 degrees. We get those dew points in the 60s and 70s. We got kind of a gross day on the muggy meter ahead. It is going to be hotter today and heating up, feeling hotter, too, with all of that moisture that is in play. And that is really good fuel for those strong to severe thunderstorms. Now, this is the HD radar, which is very quiet right now, as Tom was mentioning. We're really not tracking anything. In fact, we're just looking at that cold front that's slicing through Pittsburgh, down through Charleston, West Virginia. Some showers that are down near the Charlotte, North Carolina area. That cold front is going to move into this very warm and unstable atmosphere, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center agrees that most of us along the East Coast under either a slight or an enhanced risk for severe weather. We don't get a lot of enhanced risks around here, and you can see all of Baltimore City, most of Baltimore County, Hartford, Cecil, all of our Eastern Shore counties, Howard, and Arundel counties, all under that enhanced risk for severe weather. We usually average about 1 to 2 of these a year, so it is very rare that we see that. We usually see a slight or a marginal risk, and we have that for you in Frederick and in Carroll counties today. The biggest threats today after about 3 or 4 o'clock is going to be that damaging wind gusts. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds could be knocking down trees. Could see some hail as well. An isolated tornado threat not off the table today. Also some heavier rain with some of those storms rolling through. And we'll get an update from the Storm Prediction Center at 9 o'clock this morning. So stay with us here as we are live and local all the way until 10 a.m., giving you the very latest updates. This is one of our future scan models. We've got a whole bunch of different models, most of them coming into agreement that we stay dry through the first half of the day. Those temperatures really start heating up, and those storms start to fire about 4 or 5 p.m., moving through that I-95 corridor into that 5 and 6 o'clock hour. This will be more of an evening commute. And then as the sun goes down, it doesn't go down until after 8:30, so it's the evening time tonight once that sun sets, where if we get any storms, that's when they could be very dangerous. We'll dry out overnight. Tomorrow we start dry, but we'll get some showers developing a little earlier tomorrow afternoon, and even the potential for some thunderstorms does exist on Tuesday as well. It does not look as widespread in terms of that severe coverage on Tuesday. But we got a couple of games, in fact, 3 night games in a row for your O's, taking on the Reds, the red-hot Reds that are in town tonight, 7:05. Hopefully they can get that game in, but again, may see some delays as some of those showers and storms developing right around game time at Camden Yards. So we'll see if they can keep the winning ways going. Our 7-day forecast, weather alert day today, mid-80s, cooler tomorrow, but still some showers, possible storms rolling through. And then Wednesday and Thursday will definitely be drier toward the middle and later part of the week. And then the first weekend of July and July 4th weekend, guys, we do bring that chance for a couple of pop-up showers and storms as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. Make sure you stay with our Fox 45 News team. We've got a team of meteorologists. There they are, woo, tracking these storms all throughout the night here. Meteorologist Jonathan Myers will have the latest forecast for your evening commute here.
The O's strong season continues. Coming up, how the Birds were able to sink the Mariners.
And the good vibes get even better in Birdland. Coming up, we're going to break down the latest rookie call-up as infielder Jordan Westburg gets set to make his Baltimore debut.
Oh, but first, we're stepping up to the plate, taking a swing at this Monday morning.
Let's hit it out of the park with a coffee break.
.755, an already exciting year for Baltimore Orioles and their fans. It's about to get even more interesting, and the Orioles get ready to call one of their top prospects up to the major leagues. According to multiple reports, Jordan Westburg, the Orioles' first round in 2020 and third-ranked prospect, is headed to Baltimore and will be in the lineup as the Birds take on Cincinnati Reds this evening. Westburg is a versatile defensive player, too, who can fit into any position around the infield and has plenty of pop in his bat. The rookie has 18 home runs in the minors this year, along with 54 RBIs and a .295 batting average.
Left of the batter's eye for a home run off Jansen Jung. And it is now 8-2.
All right, and we know Twitter went wild after news broke last night. We want to go ahead and take a look at what some fans have been saying about the move. We've got Garrett writing in saying, Jordan Westburg is one of my favorite prospects. I love seeing so many guys getting the call up this year. Fire. Love that emoji. All right, we've got someone else saying, who's ready for October baseball in Baltimore? All we need is some middle relief. That's coming from Ben for Rural Democrats there. We got a lot of people just with the Orioles are hot. You better hide. I like that one as well. One more for you here this morning. Live footage of me when I found out that Jordan Westburg was getting the call up. Looks like they're pretty excited here. Well, making this promotion even more exciting on the field, the Birds are playing great baseball. Yesterday, the Orioles were looking for a series win against the Mariners. In the top of the ninth, up 3-2, closer Felix Bautista gets this strikeout there. The O's improved to 47-29 on the season. Looking good.
Stolen homer there, too. We are weather alert today as a line of strong storms set to move through the area this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down how this could affect your evening commute.
And at 7, we are going to break down the court appearance happening today for the 2 suspects accused of killing 6 construction workers back in March. That's just ahead. We're live right now in Baltimore. You're watching Good Day Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45.
Well, this morning, a small step toward justice as both suspects in March's fatal Beltway crash appear before a judge. We'll have some updates live from the courthouse.
And 2 city leaders stepping down from their positions this week. We're going to take a look at what is next for the mayor's office.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you for joining us on this Monday morning, June 26th. I'm Tom Rogers. Patrice Sanders is off.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we're on weather alert. And when you look out the window now, you might be wondering why.
Yeah, we are weather alert because this morning as we're gearing up for severe storms heading through our state later today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers highlighting what to expect.
Exactly right, guys. It's warm. It's muggy out there already. The sun is kind of through some of those clouds. And we're not seeing any rain or anything on the radar, but what's going to develop is going to be developing later this afternoon and into the evening time as well. This is from our Towson camera right now. You can kind of see that haze that is out there, and you feel it the second you make your way outside. So this is why we're weather alert. Strong to severe storms, damaging wind gusts, hail, an outside chance for an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. Though it's storm timing after about 3 p.m. and going to that 7, 8, and even 9 o'clock hour for tonight. And we do have this rare enhanced risk for most of the area. That's the orange, and that's 3 on a scale of 1 to 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. Others are in the slight risk. So either way, we're going to get some of those strong to severe storms. And we'll get an update from the SPC at the top of the hour. So 9 o'clock, we'll get another update from what's going on there and see if that changes at all. Out for your run or your jog, you're getting your sweat on for sure. Upper 70s and lower 80s over the next couple of hours. Get your stuff done outdoors earlier in the day as opposed to later, because that's when those storms are going to be rolling through. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Tom, how are we looking on the roads?
Oh, we have 3 issues that we need to tell drivers about here this morning commute. And your lens solar traffic accidents. There are traffic report. There are some shots. Here's 695's outer loop right here. We want to talk to you, though, about the one that's right near 140. That one is there's still 3 cars on the right ramp there. So that's slowing you down. On the inner loop is actually being affected more by the outer loop. I think it's just a gaper delay. And then we have Cromwell Bridge Road is shut down both directions because water main break, and police are still sitting on the outer loop there, and they're letting you go exit northbound there. So that's another one. And then south in Arundel County, we have 2-car accident that is right on 695, and that is in the inner loop, and it looks like they are changing lanes around to get those cars from the median over to the shoulder. So that's going to slow you down. So 3 issues around the inner and outer loop.
Today, both suspects accused in the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March are expected to appear in court.
Lisa Lee will have a status hearing, and then Malachi Brown will have a scheduled hearing. Taylor Stewart is live from Baltimore County Court's building with a preview of their day in court. Taylor.
That's right, a small step of closure for the families of those 6 victims who were killed in the crash. But today, as you said, Lisa Adrian Lee and Malachi Brown set to appear before a judge here at court. Now, Lee has a status hearing as Brown has a scheduling hearing today. But let me take you back to what happened in March. Prosecutors allege both of those drivers were driving 55 miles above the speed limit, at least 120 miles per hour, according to prosecutors. Now, when those cars barreled into the median, it killed 6 construction workers. Prosecutors say toxicology report shows THC in Lee's system at the time of the crash. But there are still very many questions, and attorneys for those victims say they hope to learn more once this trial gets underway.
There are layers of responsibility upon layers in this case. People shouldn't go 122 miles an hour on the Beltway, but we know they do, and that enhances and increases the importance of protecting these people by putting simple safety measures in place.
This Severna Park woman, Sybil DiMaggio, is one of the 6 whose lives were cut short after that tragedy along the inner loop of 695. She's a wife, a mother with 2 children. Her family still grieving her absence. Now, today's hearing hopefully start to bring some closure to her family and the 5 others that needlessly lost their lives. The hearing begins at 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to be inside the courtroom and bring you the latest updates on air and online. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. For more coverage on this case, you can head to foxbaltimore.com. There you can find more on the fatal Beltway crash and stay up to date as this case develops here today.
Well, this week, we will see the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement Director Shantae Jackson and Public Works Director Jason Mitchell leave their positions. Mitchell submitted his letter of resignation in January, citing family health concerns. The announcement came as he's facing pushback from city council members over inconsistent recycling services have still not gone back to their regular weekly schedule. Recycling just one controversy Mitchell has faced in office, including the state takeover of the Back River wastewater treatment plant and an E. coli water contamination. In January, Fox 45 News obtained an audio recording of Mitchell talking about the toll the job has taken on him.
This agency, this city, not you, began to compromise who I was as a man and as a professional. I woke up today, I felt free. I don't feel oppressed any longer. I don't feel enslaved.
Mitchell's last day was supposed to be in April, but the mayor's office announced back in March that Mitchell would stay through June 30th to help complete ongoing projects. The mayor's office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement Director Shantae Jackson will step down on Friday as well, leaving behind a number of projects. Monzi plays a key role in the mayor's group violence reduction strategy, which the city is working to expand, as well as the youth curfew and the Safe Streets program. It's not clear who will run Monzi next or what the future holds for Jackson.
I know that you announced your resignation, you're planning to leave. Can you say where you plan to go?
Let me stop right here.
Okay.
Never, ever will I prioritize any news about me over top of news about our young people.
That's why I didn't
so
ask
we
during
can
the
save
press
that question for a time when I'm ready to share it. Thank you.
Do you have any idea who will be taking your place, especially given this youth curfew plan and Monzi's role in this?
Well, topping our next half hour, ongoing violence in Baltimore County. We're going to let you know what authorities think is causing the homicides.
But first, violence in Russia as mercenaries march on Moscow. We'll have the latest from our live center.
No showers or storms right yet. That cold front continues to get a little bit closer to us. We'll be taking a look at when we'll have those strong to severe thunderstorms and why we're in weather alert mode. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us, won't you? We're 10 minutes past 8 o'clock on your Monday morning. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. We did see some showers and thunderstorms as well. Later today, we're tracking another line of potentially strong to severe thunderstorms. That's because that cold front that's right there on your HD radar is moving from west to east. It is still a ways away, but once that forces its way into this very warm and moist and unstable environment, that's what's going to spawn some of those storms. You can see these temperatures statewide already warm, 60s and mid 70s for Westminster, Bel Air, Baltimore, over to Chestertown, the Eastern Shore, down through Denton, even 76 in Annapolis right now. So as you head out the door, yeah, you'll need your sunglasses at least for part of the day, and then definitely the umbrella and the rain gear for some of those storms rolling in later this afternoon. Next couple of hours, we are good to go. We're talking about 70s and 80s, so we're not tracking anything in terms of any storms until after about 3 p.m. We'll have another look at your full forecast. We'll do that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. And yeah, this weekend there were some pop-up showers that canceled a lot of things for activities outdoors, especially in the Northeast. Stay right here with Fox 45 News. Our team of meteorologists will be tracking the storms throughout the night. Jonathan Myers will have the latest forecast for your evening commute. From the live center this morning, uncertainty in Moscow after a failed revolt by mercenaries in Russia. In fact, right now, Wagner troops heading back to the front lines in Ukraine to continue fighting alongside Russian forces. This morning, Russian state media calling revolt a crime and treason. The uprising began after Wagner's head, Yevgeny Prigozhin, he accused Russia's military of attacking a Wagner camp and then started that march on Moscow, containing control of a key military facility in southern Russia. In a stunning national address, Putin calling out the rebellion, vowing to punish those on, quote, path to treason. Then insurrection ended as suddenly as it began. Let's just forget about this. The Wagner leader announcing Saturday his forces were stepping their advance towards Moscow, stopping that advance under a deal brokered by Belarus. While many questions remain about this deal, the Kremlin says Prigozhin won't face charges for his mutiny, but has been branded a traitor and exiled to Belarus. He is also no longer in control of the Wagner mercenaries. Well, Russian leaders say soldiers who took part in the rebellion will not be prosecuted, and forces that didn't participate will now sign contracts with Russia's military. Wagner troops have played a pivotal role for Russia. The ongoing war in Ukraine right now is unclear if any Wagner forces loyal to Prigozhin will follow him to Belarus, and what the impact will be to the war zones currently under Wagner control. FTC alleges Amazon tricked its users into signing up for Prime. The legal issues happening now ahead of Prime Day. And figure out the basics of your annuity. Just ahead, we ask how you can make it easier for you. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
Well, the Federal Trade Commission recently filed a complaint against Amazon, alleging the online selling giant makes it too easy to sign up for Prime and too difficult to cancel the service. Our next guest, David Williams with the Taxpayer Protection Alliance, analyzes the suit and the growing problems with the FTC. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom. And the FTC really has had it out for big tech. And we saw last month there was a lawsuit against Amazon for privacy issues. And this was data retention of some services, Alexa, Amazon, and keeping these records. Now, the latest suit is absolutely ridiculous because, first of all, if you're a company, yes, you want people to sign up. You don't want them to unsubscribe from your services. So, Tom, here's the heart of the issue at the FTC is that they said that it takes 6 clicks to unsubscribe from Prime. They're looking at clicks. We're talking about clicks. And now, if you go to the FTC website and if you try to comment on this case, it takes 7 clicks of your mouse. So it's actually more clicks to comment than it does to cancel your Prime membership. And that's how ridiculous the FTC has gotten here and really how petty it's gotten.
Well, they're trying to make it seem, I mean, I'm sure Alexa's listening right now, but they're trying to make it seem that if you can get Prime real easy, but then it's very difficult to get out of it. And as you proved right there, not only that one, but you listed a whole bunch of places where it takes a lot more clicks to actually say something. Just reporting fraud on the FTC's website, you also say an SEC complaint takes more than 6 clicks.
Yeah, it really does. And here's the problem is that the FTC is getting a lot more money. They've asked for a 37% increase in their budget. So we're going to see a lot more activism from the Federal Trade Commission. And last year, they said to Facebook, okay, now you bought Instagram and WhatsApp back in 2012 and 2014, and the FTC approved of these 2 mergers. Last year, they said, well, we're changing our mind. We want to look at this again. Now, how can a federal agency approve something less than 10 years ago and then come back and say we're reevaluating? And I think that really shows the problems at this one agency right now is that they really don't know what they're doing, and it's highly political. That's the problem, Tom. It's highly political, and they're not looking at what's good for the consumer.
And may chase those major corporations to another country that has lesser rules and lesser changing rules than what the FTC does. David Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
We are on weather alert today as we have some severe storms expected to move through our area later on. In fact, I want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at the forecast. Justin, just stepped outside. It's kind of like muggy, a little bit, but you don't see any storms yet.
It's the soup, right,
yeah,
Tom? That's what we talk about. That's what it kind of feels like, that sauna kind of feeling. And yeah, we had the heat and humidity yesterday that spawned some of those showers and storms and some brief downpours in certain spots. Looking at Camden Yards right now, the O's are back at it tonight against the Cincinnati Reds, but not sure about that game because right around 7, 8 o'clock is when we're expecting some of these storms that will be moving through the area. But that mugginess is here, mid-70s for your temperature, BWI, Thurgood Marshall. 71 is your dew point. So when we have dew points in the 60s and 70s, definitely that muggy feeling, that 85% humidity. And we're going to keep those dew points in the 60s and 70s today on your muggy meter. It is going to be, even with the cloud cover, hot today and humid. And so that increase in humidity actually will help to fire off some of those storms. You can see that cold front starting to sneak into our screen right there. Our HD radar is all quiet right now, but when we zoom out, this is what's going on. A large area of low pressure over the Great Lakes associated with that triple point front there, where you got that stationary front, the warm air, and then the cold air. All of that is moving toward our region. That is why the Storm Prediction Center has so many of us up and down the East Coast under a slight or even enhanced risk. When you talk about slight and enhanced, that's 2 and 3 on that storm prediction scale. The only 2 higher than that are moderate or high, but the enhanced risk, we usually only get about 1 or 2 days like this a year. So this is one that we typically don't see. And if you're under that enhanced risk, that means we do have the potential for a lot of us seeing those showers and storms. So here's one of our future scan models. And again, these models have been backing off a little bit in terms of the intensity of the storms later into the day. So most of the first half of the day through about 2, 3 o'clock is going to stay mainly dry. After about 4 p.m., that's when things will start to fire. Notice those temperatures in the 80s and 90s. So definitely getting the heat. And then the second that cold front starts moving through in those storms, it drops our temperatures rapidly. But we could be seeing the damaging wind gusts here at 50 to 60 miles an hour. Isolated tornado threat it's still on the table for today. This is right around game time for the O's tonight at 7 p.m. And again, off and on showers through the night tonight, and then another round of showers for tomorrow. So as I mentioned on your O's cast, if you are heading out to the ballpark tonight, just know there may be some weather delays, possibly even a cancellation, trying to push that game to tomorrow. Upper 70s and low to mid 80s on your Rise and Shine cast as you enjoy breakfast and maybe brunch with us over the next few hours. And check in those numbers, upper 80s and lower 90s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Same thing for you in Hartford and Cecil counties. We even saw a few showers and storms near Northeast and Elkton here just a little while ago. Right now things are dry, but again, we're heating up this afternoon. So weather alert day today. Tomorrow we'll see those showers hanging around, a little bit cooler, and we do have that chance for a possible thunderstorm as well. Then into Wednesday and Thursday, we do see drier conditions and slightly cooler temperatures, and then another chance for a couple of storms as we head into 4th of July weekend.
Well, work on your workout and do it with your kids. Just ahead this morning, the easy workouts that you can do as a family this summer.
Hey, we're at Coppin State. The Chu Smith basketball camp is back. You can see him in the background getting it in, and there's a legend right over there. We're going to talk to him coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.824, it is so Baltimore. One youth basketball camp is back for the summer, and it's happening at Coppin State University. Be More Lifestyle's Mark Clark live in the gym with more on today's grand opening. He's got a hoops hero with him. Good morning, Mark.
That's right, a hoops hero, a legend. This is my brother, Chu Smith. Again, I was just talking to Chu. You said the organization was 18 years,
yes,
but the camp 15 years. And we're back.
We're back. I'm so excited, Mark. I just got to give you a lot of kudos, man. You've been a pillar and a pioneer for our city for so long. Thank you for loving on me, loving on our kids, man. We here at the great Coppin State University, and we're just excited about our kids, man. We're gonna do a lot of stuff with skill development and life skills, learning conflict resolution, learn about how to interview, proper etiquette, and financial literacy. Every life lesson with the game of basketball, leadership, discipline, you name it, man. And we're just excited. My son jumped on me and said, "Dad, you better get this camp back." So I'm just excited, man.
Well, and True, you've been a part of this. I mean, it's kind of like as a player, you're the same way. Always there, dependable, always there for the community, always there for these kids. You know, what's after 18 years, man? What's your takeaway? And now, with the gray beard and the you still got the handles, but what's your takeaway? What have you learned in these 18 years as we wrap things up?
These kids teach us. It's about the purity of them. They didn't ask to be here, and it's up to us to guide them in the best way we can. We all gonna make mistakes. We're gonna have some challenges, but just teaching them how to cope, teaching them how to understand and love themselves, and understand they can do the unthinkable, and that's great things, and that's what this journey has been, and we're just excited to be our turn to give back on the shoulders they gave to us.
Yep, can't say any better than that. The legendary Chu Smith, guys.
Yeah, just a great camp. And behind you guys, while you were going, somebody just missed the dunk, and he was just about to go again. He's got the blue shorts on, but he missed it. I was wanting to see if he was going to take it again. He's coming back. We missed the shot, but great camp. And I bet you by the end of this show, he will have dunked at least once. Thank you. For more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Former Baltimore mayor inches even closer to running again. Still ahead this morning, how her past could impact her future chances.
And crime concern ramping up in Baltimore County. The latest incident that has residents saying they are too scared to leave their homes. Just ahead.
Our temperatures are going to be heating up today, and we're tracking our next weather maker. That's why we're in weather alert mode. We'll break it down for you coming up in a few.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers timing this one out for us.
Yeah, guys, good morning. We're taking a look at the potential for some strong to severe thunderstorms as we head into the afternoon and evening time tonight. Everything is mild and muggy right now. It's even warm out there as we take a look outside here. Show you what's going on. The Bromo Seltzer Tower is lit up with sunshine that is poking through some of that cloud cover. But again, the muggy conditions are continuing. The damaging wind gusts and hail, those are the two biggest things we're tracking today. We do have that potential tornado threat as well. And that timing after about 3 p.m. is when things will start to fire. Look at these numbers right now. Low to mid 70s for Cockeysville and Towson down through Baltimore City. 75 Rosedale, Essex, Middle River in the mid 70s as well. 76 Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Next couple of hours, our numbers are just going to keep climbing. We're talking low to mid 80s through midday and even lower 90s for a lot of us for the afternoon today. Topping out right about 92, similar to yesterday. Tomorrow cooler, but more showers and a couple of thunderstorms as well on Tuesday. So the unsettled pattern, at least for the next couple of days before we dry out on Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through that full weather alert scenario and what we can expect for the afternoon coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning, Fox 45 News is following the violent crime crisis happening throughout the state.
Starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside his home along North Caroline Street in East Baltimore yesterday afternoon. 4 other people were shot over the weekend. 1 is dead.
The murder was part of a double shooting in Park Heights in front of the Belvedere Safe Streets office. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shantae Jackson's last day on the job is Friday.
Now, when it comes to violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings have happened just this month.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with the breakdown of this county violence. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. It's a conversation we typically have regarding Baltimore City, but folks we spoke to in Baltimore County say they are scared to leave their homes. This comes after a shooting in the Lansdowne community just this past Thursday. Now, folks we spoke with said they were too scared to show their face on camera, but the crime concern definitely ramping up there. They are attributing it to battles over territory. Take a listen.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shootings.
In my opinion, drugs.
Perf situations, and then people get mad that other people take someone's customers and stuff like that.
Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough spoke on WBAL radio. He says underground marijuana deals are a driving force behind many of the homicides they're investigating. Now, as for the shooting, the deadly shooting that happened last Thursday, no arrests have been made, but police say they believe it's a targeted attack. We're going to follow this investigation and bring you the latest updates both on air and online. But for now, we're live in Baltimore County. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Well, Governor Moore's recent comments on the ongoing crime crisis seemingly inconsistent with some of his previous statements.
Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club, calling out Republicans and the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
Well, it's a stark contrast to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Take a listen.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says he thinks the governor's mixed messages could indicate he's focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to 2 different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have no idea.
Former Baltimore City Mayor Sheila Dixon hinting at a 2024 run for mayor. During a town hall with political commentator Armstrong Williams last week, she called it a strong possibility. Supporters say Dixon is a good candidate, pointing to historic drops in Baltimore City's homicide rate during her time in office. Others say that they're not sure how now is the right time for a city to change leaders. Regardless, community leaders say whoever wins needs to come to the table with solutions.
What's going to be my management strategy? What's going to be my administrative strategy around key offices, key agencies? I'm going to ensure that I have the best candidate and best person in those offices. We can't get away from this. I've got to have a strategy for improving schools.
After 2 years, Dixon's tenure as mayor came to an abrupt halt when she pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor embezzlement charge and was forced to resign. Dixon says she felt shame and embarrassment and sought mental help. Now she claims that she will continue to rebuild trust with voters.
We want to hear from you. If the Baltimore City mayoral primary was held right now, who would you vote for? Mayor Brandon Scott or former Mayor Sheila Dixon? 90% of the voters who have weighed in so far say Dixon. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A spike in crime across the country. Just ahead this morning, the party that ended in gunfire.
And we are in weather alert mode when we could see the worst of the severe weather today. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Let's continue. We're tracking that potential for strong to severe storms. It's going to be later this afternoon into the evening time, so I want everybody to be weather aware. Download that Fox 45 mobile weather app and get those push alerts sent right to your phone. We're not tracking anything on our radar right now. We had some showers and storms earlier in parts of Cecil County, but those have since moved on to the north. What we're looking at is this big cold front that's moving in to a very warm and moist and unstable atmosphere. That's what's going to help to fire up some of those storms later today. So lower 90s. We're talking about heat and humidity with some of those storms later today. Those temperatures staying above average. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. From our live center this morning, we are following a string of deadly weekend shootings spanning the United States. We take a live look beginning here this morning with a look over Saginaw, Michigan, where police there are investigating after a shooting at a street party with hundreds of attendees there. 2 people were killed, 15 hospitalized, 12 of whom were shot, and several others were injured while running from the scene. Right now, no suspects are in custody. Then in Albany on Sunday, police say 2 men were shot and killed in separate shootings, marking 3 violent attacks over the span of just 4 days. Police say the shootings are not connected. Thursday, 1 adult and a teenager were shot near a daycare center. In West Virginia, law enforcement is investigating a police-involved fatal shooting. Officials say an 82-year-old Carl Gist shot his neighbor in her face while she was mowing her yard. Her condition is unknown this morning. Gist then barricaded himself in his home, which led to an hours-long standoff. Police eventually fired tear gas inside the home, and when he came out armed, police shot him. And Chicago police reporting at least 24 people were shot and 3 people killed, including a 15-year-old, in a string of weekend shootings. That's the latest from our live center. The Orioles' electric season about to get even more exciting. Up next, find out which new bird is headed to Baltimore. And the O's, well, they aren't the only team welcoming a new player. We're going to show you one Tennessee team's newest designated fetcher. It is 8:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. We set the June is Annuity Awareness Month, and joining us live now to make sure that you are getting the best deal is Brian Horn, a certified financial planner professional at Heritage Financial Consultants in Hunt Valley. Brian, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So let's start at the beginning. What are the basics of annuities, and why do we need to take notice?
Well, there's basically 2 different types of annuities. There's immediate annuities where you give the money to the insurance company and they guarantee you an income payment for a set duration or potentially for your whole life. And then there's deferred annuities where you invest them and you're trying to grow money for retirement, and they're tax deferred going forward.
Is this something that you can decide on your own, or do you really need a financial planner to help you make these decisions?
Yeah, I think it's prudent to hire someone to walk you through all the complexities, because inside deferred annuities, there's basically now 4 different types. There's fixed annuities that work a lot like CDs that are, right now yielding north of 5%. There's indexed annuities, there's variable annuities, and then there's kind of a new type that's called kind of a structured annuity.
Are there pros and cons? Are there any risks to this?
There really are. I mean, with fixed annuities, they're pretty plain and simple, and there's no fees. You just get a set rate of return. But when you start to get into indexed or variable annuities, they come with all different types of fees and riders and death benefits, and you really have to be careful because the fees can escalate really quickly if you don't know what you're looking for.
So what should we be looking for, and do we need to be doing this now?
I think so. I think if you own an annuity currently, you should really have someone do an annuity review, right, to see if you have a fixed, see if that rate's competitive. If you have an index, see what the crediting methodology behind that product is. And then if you have a variable annuity, really you got to be careful there. It would not be uncommon to have all-in fees close to 4%. So, you know, that gets really expensive quickly.
Yes, 4%. I would think so. Brian, just a little basic right there, but we appreciate all your help. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hopefully that helps some of you out there as we finish out June here this month. As you look at the screen here, we are on weather alert here this morning. We've got severe thunderstorms on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a look at the forecast here. Justin.
And we've been talking all morning, Megan, about how things are kind of just, I guess you could say, simmering, because we're definitely getting some of that fuel with that daytime heating that is already taking place as we speak. In fact, a lot of us, you can see on the right side of your screen, have slid into the low to mid 70s. And with that, we're also adding in that humidity, that dew point in the 70s as well, 71 degrees with the air temperature at 76. So dew point basically just an indication of the moisture that is in the atmosphere, and that's where we're going to see the heat and humidity building throughout the day today. We had some showers and storms earlier in Cecil County, those that moved on toward Allentown in Pennsylvania. Here comes our next weather maker, and it's this cold front on the left side of your screen that's moving from Pittsburgh and Charleston, West Virginia, down through Knoxville, Tennessee. That's going to slide into the East Coast here over the next couple of hours into a very warm and favorable environment for some of those thunderstorms. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center has most of the entire East Coast under either a marginal, slight, or even an enhanced risk for severe weather. Now, we will get an update in about 13 minutes from right now. We'll see if this enhanced risk gets moved, if it gets expanded, or it gets downgraded to just a slight risk. Either way, slight or an enhanced risk means all of us here in the viewing area have a pretty good chance of at least getting that potential for some strong to severe storms. All right. We look at weather models, a whole bunch of different weather models all morning, and we always do this backstage in our Weather Authority Forecast Center. So I'm going to show you a couple. This is called the HRRR, the High Resolution Rapid Refresh. So we look at these models and we compare and contrast. This one is staying dry through about noon. A couple of showers possibly by midday today into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But really the storms are not moving in, at least on this model, until after about 6 p.m. And notice in that 6, 7, and 8 o'clock hour, that's when storms sort of move into the area and cross the 95 corridor, and then even some leftover showers and storms into the late night hours tonight. So when you have storms that happen in the nighttime, they can be very dangerous because you can't see them coming. You can't see those clouds out there because it's dark. Here's a look at our future scan. This is our in-house model. We just got the latest update on this as well, taking you through the noon hour. A couple of showers being picked up there in Frederick, but then most of the day is dry until about 4 p.m. Notice that this one's a little bit more aggressive. Look at this. This is 4 into the 5 o'clock hour. Those areas in pink and orange indicating the heavy rain. That's where we could see some of the damaging wind gusts. And then into the 6 o'clock hour as well, more of those showers and storms that will work through the area. As we get to about 9, 10 o'clock, things start to die down a little bit. And then another round of showers earlier tomorrow into that 1 and 2 o'clock range, possible thunderstorms as well. But we're not talking about severe weather, at least on the scale that we're looking for tomorrow. But today, the severe weather threats, as I mentioned, damaging wind gusts in that 50 to 60 mile an hour range. An isolated tornado risk is there. Some heavy rain with some of these storms, large hail. All of that stuff is on the table for what you need to prepare for in terms of being outdoors. So stay indoors if you can on the weather alert day, especially once those storms start rolling through. 85 tomorrow with some more showers and a couple of thunderstorms. Drier as we head toward the middle of the weekend. Definitely some calmer conditions as well. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is sent in from Richard, and that is a kitty there on the high wire act, just kind of hanging out there. So, Richard, thank you for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code on your screen. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, we are taking a look at 695 at Maryland 140, and we can see traffic moving along just fine here throughout our region. Let's take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham in our Graham cam here. He is in the area of, let me wait to get confirmation from Porter, our producer. Looks like he's in a parking lot. Porter, where's he at right now? We're going to try and figure this out later. Looks like Graham is just moving to head out onto the roadways. We'll check in with him in just a moment. An already exciting year for the Baltimore Orioles is about to get even more interesting as the Orioles get ready to call one of their top prospects up to the major leagues here. According to multiple reports, Jordan Westburg, the Orioles' first round in 2020 and third-ranked prospect, is headed to Baltimore and is going to be in the lineup as the Birds take on the Cincinnati Reds here this evening. Westburg is a versatile defensive player who can fit into any position around the infield and has plenty of pop in his bat as well. The rookie has 18 homers in the minors this year, along with 54 RBIs and a .295 batting average. Not too shabby. Twitter going wild after news broke last night. Let's go ahead and take a look at this here. We've got Garrett writing in saying, Jordan Westburg is one of my favorite prospects. I love seeing so many guys getting the call up this year. Fire. Then we've got another person writing in saying, genuinely excited to see Orioles Jordan Westburg make his MLB debut tomorrow. A guy who can play all over the field with real raw power that plays to all fields. Exciting prospect. People are pumped about this. You've just got this right here. J.D. Tedler saying Orioles magic intensifies. Look at the bird's eyes right there. I think he's excited about this too. Orioles fans, once they heard that Jordan Westburg is getting called up, can you think that they're a little excited here? The Orioles aren't the only team with a new player too, guys. The Johnson City Doughboys in Nashville also have a new star this summer, except he doesn't know how to play baseball. Meet Rocky, the Bat Dog, a 3-year-old Labrador Retriever. Rocky's not just at the ballpark there for show. He actually has a job out there at the ballpark, taking on the title of Bat Dog this summer. Megan Hackett says she and her husband are big baseball fans, and they got the idea to train him after seeing another dog fetch bats.
Really, it's just a game of fetch with a little bit of structured obedience around it, knowing that his target is a bat, and then he does the rest.
When Rocky goes out to get the bat, he likes to show off for the crowd there, putting a smile on the faces there, and the teams too. Rocky's enjoying the dog days of summer with the Doughboys. That's adorable. Well, if you want to be as athletic as Rocky, the Bat Dog, you're going to want to stick around here. In our next hour, we're going to have some tips on how you can stay fit.
And with the True Smiths basketball camp this morning, I'm brushing up on my skills. As you can see, I need a little help. Coming up, we'll talk to some of the participants and True. FOX 45.
But first, it's a slam dunk of a Monday when you lay up with a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, U.S. safety regulators are investigating Ford's repair fix for hundreds of thousands of recalled Explorer SUVs. The recall last year involved 710,000 Ford Explorer SUVs from the 2020 to 2022 model years due to a power loss issue. The NHTSA says it has received 2 complaints alleging a loss of power or transmission torque of the rear wheels in Explorer vehicles that had received the recall fix. And whether you are driving a Ford or any other vehicle, forget paying at the pump here, because drivers could soon be charged by the distance they travel in an effort to generate revenue. The idea is to use a tracking device to record miles and charge a fee rather than just relying on just gas taxes. So far, 3 states, including Oregon, Utah, and Virginia, are generating revenue from road usage charges. The federal government is reportedly on track to pilot its own program funded by $125 million from the infrastructure bill. And take a look at this. Infant Tech has called back batteries in its Zuby video baby monitors used in cars. The baby monitors look like a stuffed giraffe, a dog, a fox, rabbit, panda. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says the monitor's battery can malfunction, overheat, and burst, posing a fire hazard. 3 reports of monitors catching fire were made, but no injuries have been reported so far. Consumers should remove the batteries and contact Infant Tech for a free replacement battery. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
As we get older, there's a problem we all deal with, a little bit of gray hair. And going to the salon is expensive and it takes time. Well, I have a solution for you that you can use at home. It's called True Hair. And I love this because it extends those salon appointments. What you do, it's very easy. I get a little gray on the side right here. I can pop that in. Or if you want a larger area, you just go inside the part. This brush will go completely where you want it to go. It's not messy. I love it. You can do it after every shampoo and it stays put. And I like it better than the sprays that kind of get everywhere. And it looks really natural. There's no fussing. There's no back combing. It just gives a coverage and it makes your hair look fuller. And I use it in areas that are large or small. And I just think it's great to have an at-home solution. And getting your hair colored, as I said, is expensive. But most of all, what I don't like, it's time consuming. So this will extend your salon visits by maybe 3 weeks. And you can choose your color. True Hair has 10 different colors, so you can actually match. And right now we're offering 29% off on True Hair. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Well, we are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's 9 o'clock, and here are today's top stories.
Tracking our next weather maker, and that's why we're in weather alert mode on your Monday. We'll talk about when those storms could impact you.
Happening now, the driver suspected in the deadly Beltway crash that killed 6 construction workers expected in court. Fox 45 News is in the courtroom as we speak.
I think what we saw this weekend was how fragile Putin's leadership is right now.
Power struggle in Russia revealing cracks in President Putin's leadership. Still ahead from the D.C. Bureau this morning, how this is impacting the war in Ukraine this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are on weather alert right now. The potential of severe weather is in our forecast.
Live look from across the region and what we can expect for the rest of your day as we stay in weather alert mode. Well, thank you for waking up with us on this Monday, June 26th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what to expect.
Well, we're talking about, you can feel it outside, guys. The heat and humidity already kind of building right now, and those temperatures continue to warm up. We've officially made it to 80 degrees, and it's 9 a.m., so So it is going to be a hot and humid afternoon, and then this afternoon into the evening is when we're going to have the best chance for more of those showers and storms. You can see that sun that is starting to cook things up a little bit here in the atmosphere. Those strong to severe storms, the biggest issue on our weather alert day is going to be the damaging wind gusts, some 50 and 60 miles an hour at times. Also, some large hail is possible. That timing after about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon and into your evening commute. That's what we're looking at. Now, on our HD radar, we're not seeing anything here in terms of any precipitation, but we're tracking the next weather maker, that cold front that is moving in from the west. So that's what we're going to be looking at over the next few hours. And as that gets closer into this favorable environment, we'll see the better chance for some of those storms to develop. So if you want to get your run or your jog in, it's already warm out there. We're talking low to mid 80s over the next couple of hours on your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, topping your voter guide, we're just 11 months away from the Maryland primaries, and it looks like incumbent Brandon Scott may have a challenger. Runner-up in the last race, former Mayor Sheila Dixon hitting at a possible run. And during a Fox 45 News town hall last week, she called it a strong possibility. She may not be the only challenger. Pastor Shannon Wright also ran in the last mayoral race, and this morning in an interview with me, she too hinted at a possible run for office.
The next mayor of Baltimore City, whoever she may be, needs to come to the table with solutions. For example, in education. So many of us have been apartment renters before. When your apartments have repairs, sometimes you hold that money and hope to go to court so that the judge can force folks to make repairs. I would, if elected, implement a strategy similar to that, in that the schools would be required to get money, but before they got that money released from the city, they would have to have a performance plan. They would have to show that they've done a fiscal and a performance audit. We would go school by school, ranked from the lowest, and we would go grade by grade, asking the teachers what they need. There has to be solutions. So whomever the next mayor may be, we need to be looking forward, not back. We need to have solutions that actually make sense.
Okay.
We have been run by one party for decades, and that hasn't gotten us very far. So it's time to hear some other voices and some real solutions.
Pastor Shannon Wright, it sounded like you had just gave us a campaign speech. Are you running to be the next mayor of Baltimore?
I guess time will tell, now won't it?
Well, to see the full, pardon me, interview, just you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This shouldn't have happened. It's destroyed her family. We're happy that accountability is beginning in this horrible accident.
Happening today, both suspects responsible for the crash on the Baltimore Beltway that killed 6 construction workers back in March are expected in court.
54-year-old Lisa Lee will have a status hearing. 20-year-old Malachi Brown will have a scheduled hearing.
Taylor Stewart has more from the Baltimore County Courts building with a preview of their day in court. Taylor.
A small step towards closure today for the family members and colleagues of those 6 construction workers that were killed on the inner loop of 695. It happened back in March, but today prosecutors say that Adrian Lisa Lee as well as Malachi Brown will be here before a judge. Now, Lee is going to be here for a status hearing, Brown for a scheduling hearing, but both of them facing numerous charges, including manslaughter. Now, let me take you back to that day in March when prosecutors say both drivers were going about 120 miles per hour when they sped through that construction zone. Lee tried to change lanes, prosecutors say. Both vehicles barreled into that median, killing them head on. Prosecutors say toxicology reports show THC in Lee's system at the time of the crash, but there are still a lot of questions that remain in this case. Attorneys are hoping that today's proceedings are a start to getting some of those answers.
There are layers of responsibility upon layers in this case. People shouldn't go 122 miles an hour on the Beltway, but we know they do, and that enhances and increases the importance of protecting these people by putting simple safety measures in place.
This Severna Park woman, Sybil DiMaggio, one of the 6 whose lives were cut short after that tragedy along the inner loop of 695. She's a wife, a mother with 2 children, her family still grieving this morning. Now, hopefully today's hearings start to bring closure to this family and the 5 others that needlessly lost their lives on the Beltway. Now, the hearing begins today at 9 a.m. Fox 45 is going to be inside the courtroom and bring you those latest updates both on air and online. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. For more coverage on the case, just head to foxbaltimore.com. There you can find more reporting on the fatal Beltway crash and stay up to date as the case develops. The Supreme Court still has to release decisions on a handful of big cases. Some of those could be released as early as tomorrow.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill this morning. Kayla, what are we waiting on from the court?
Well, Tom, we're waiting on the Supreme Court's ruling on President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. For one, that plan to cancel up to $20,000 of a student's debt. And then another case before the High Court could see the end to race-based university admissions policies impacting millions of Americans. The challenges come from the admission policies at UNC Chapel Hill and Harvard. Now, during the oral argument phase, the conservative majority appeared skeptical of upholding race-based admissions. If they do rule against it, this would overturn a 2003 case. Now, there's another case that we're waiting on. It involves same-sex wedding websites. A Colorado web designer wants to create a website, but only for heterosexual couples. And then finally, there's a decision on who gets to decide federal election rules, the states or the federal government. This would impact the drawing of congressional maps, which can have a big impact on the makeup of congressional districts and ultimately control of Congress. The next batch of decisions is set to release tomorrow. The court usually finishes releasing all their case decisions for a term by the end of June, and that date is fast approaching.
It really is. We're going to be watching. Kayla, I want to ask you about Russia as well, an attempted coup there. Some people saying it highlights cracks in Putin's power. What do you know about this? What are you hearing?
Well, this is the biggest challenge to authority that Vladimir Putin has faced since taking office nearly 2 decades ago. It's not just that the Wagner Group marched on Moscow in an attempted coup, but how the resolution shook out that has critics saying Putin's power is diminishing. The Kremlin and the leader of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin, striking a deal. Prigozhin exiled to Belarus, and he reportedly won't face any charges. This in itself is surprising many, like former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan. And then Secretary of State Antony Blinken says it's another chapter of Putin's book of recent failures. Blinken, though, predicting that the situation between Putin and Prigozhin likely isn't done playing out.
Very interesting. All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
9:07 from the Live Center this morning. We're following a string of deadly weekend shootings spanning the U.S. We start with a look over Michigan right here. You see Lake Michigan camera. Saginaw, Michigan, where police there are investigating after a shooting at a street party with hundreds of attendees. 2 were killed, 15 were injured and hospitalized, 12 of whom were shot. Several others were injured while they were just trying to run from the scene. Right now, no suspects are in custody. Then in Albany Sunday, police say 2 men were shot and killed in separate shootings, marking 3 violent attacks over the span of just 4 days. And they're saying that police say the shootings are not connected. And Thursday, 1 adult and a teenager was shot right near a daycare center. In West Virginia, law enforcement investigating a police-involved fatal shooting. Officials say 82-year-old Carl Gist shot his neighbor in her face while she was just mowing her yard. Her condition unknown still this morning. Gist then barricaded himself in the home, which led to hours-long standoff. Police eventually firing tear gas inside the home. And when Gist came out, police say he was armed, so they shot and killed him. Chicago police report also at least 24 people were shot and 3 killed, including a 15-year-old in a string of weekend shootings. That's the latest from our Live Center.
We are in weather mode here. We want to get one more check of your forecast here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers standing by, timing this out for us, Justin.
It is a weather alert day, Meg. That's exactly what we're talking about. And we're going to see this cold front that's going to move in to our area over the next couple of hours. That's going to give us a better chance of some of those stronger to severe thunderstorms moving through, which is why I want everyone to be prepared and stay weather aware today. The latest update from the Storm Prediction Center keeps everything just as is. So that still means millions of people up and down the East Coast under that marginal, slight, or enhanced risk. And that includes all of us here in the central Maryland region. Slight risk for you in Frederick and Carroll counties, but most of us under that enhanced risk all the way out toward the eastern shore, entire state of Delaware, southern New Jersey and Pennsylvania, all the way down through D.C. and areas further to the south as well. That means we have a level 3 out of 5 on that Storm Prediction Center outlook scale. Yard and gardening cast, well, hopefully you'll get some rain from some of these storms today, but try to get the watering done this morning because look at these temperatures today, climb into the upper 80s and lower 90s. Again, the heat and humidity helping to kind of fuel the fire for some of those storms to develop this afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Wicked weather isn't just impacting us here at home, but all across the U.S. Still to come, we're tracking the damage and the potential storms we could see across the nation this week.
Baltimore County sees its second homicide for the month. Just ahead this morning, the worries now coming from neighbors who fear for their safety. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a live look from some of the cameras around the region. However, 95, 695, we have a major accident there that's blocking 3 out of the 4 lanes. So that's causing a slowdown, and it looks like that's going to be your major issue here. And we're talking about south of the city in the Halethorpe area. 9:10 is the time. You're watching Fox. (9:13), and we are talking about wicked weather. Tropical storm Brett is no more, though. The system fizzled out in the Caribbean and is no longer organized. Their National Hurricane Center continues to monitor the remnants of that tropical storm Cindy, which is turning in the Atlantic. It's moving slowly in the direction of Bermuda.
And with rain moving into the region, it is important to know extreme flooding in the U.S. happens more frequently than documented by federal officials. According to the First Street Foundation, researchers say half of the U.S. population lives in an area where 1 in 100-year flood events is now at least twice as likely to occur in previous years. First Street also says some states in the mid-Atlantic, including New York and Pennsylvania, could see major events about once every 10 years.
While some parts of the country are facing possible tornadoes, heavy rains, the flash flooding, others facing dangerous and extreme heat. Abilene, Texas, where it's been so hot, cookies can bake without an oven. And according to the Weather Prediction Center, more than 50 million people from Arizona to Louisiana are coping with, quote, oppressive temperatures, some hitting 100 degrees or higher. Meanwhile, major storms, including hail, wind, and possible tornadoes, struck more southern states where some houses suffered significant damage this weekend. According to poweroutage.us, those storms left more than 725,000 customers in the dark as of Sunday night.
And If you're probably trying to escape the gloomy and hot weather, you might be out of luck. This morning, flights are taking off following the FAA grounding them around the DMV area yesterday. This happened because repairs needed to be made to a communication system. All ground stops were lifted after a few hours, though. A quick look at the BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport board this morning, and we're seeing some flights already showing delays and cancellations, but also seeing a lot of on times out there as well here this morning. American Airlines face a big test in the coming days that could impact your travel plans. They have until July 1st to upgrade their equipment to avoid potential interference from 5G wireless signals. This requires retrofitting equipment. Those that don't complete the upgrade won't be cleared to land in certain weather conditions. Transportation officials warn of possible travel disruptions.
If you step outside, it's just muggy, and we are in weather alert mode today. Severe storms are expected to impact your evening commute. Taking a live look from the Inner Harbor, well, actually from Camden Yards on the top there, and then on the right bottom corner there is Ocean City. Doesn't look too bad at all. In fact, when you look over at the Weather Authority radar, it's New York that seems to be having some issues, and up in the Great Lakes in Canada. So why are we weather alert? That's the big question.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with what's happening.
Been talking about it all morning, guys, tracking that cold front that is bringing some of those storms to parts of the U.S., and then that's going to be moving into our area by the time we head into the afternoon and evening time, which we are hoping to get the game in at Camden Yards tonight as the O's are taking on the red-hot Reds, even though those Reds have lost the last two games. But either way, we will see what happens tonight with the weather in terms of that game. The first pitch is at 7:05. 80 is your current temperature. It's 9 a.m., and we're already at 80 degrees with a dew point of 70 degrees. So it is already muggy as well. The heat and humidity will continue to build. We're getting some storms in Allentown, PA to the north of us, but everything has been dry here. It's this big blue line right there with those triangles moving in from west to east, and that's going to be pushing into our area by the time we head toward the afternoon. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. I talked about the slight and enhanced risk for us, a 2 or a 3 on that scale for all of us here in central Maryland. So that means we have a pretty good chance of seeing at least some of that severe weather for the afternoon. Notice that most of the weather models keeping us dry through about noontime. We may get a pop-up shower or storm around the Frederick region that could move through Carroll County, but really about 4 or 5 p.m. is when those storms are going to start to develop here and move in. And you can see the temperatures too, upper 80s and lower 90s. So there's the heat, and then the cold front comes in and slams right into that, and that's what gives us that uplift, and then you get some of the turning in the atmosphere. That's why we have that isolated tornado threat. Really think the biggest issue is going to be the damaging wind gusts, where we could see 50 and 60-mile-an-hour gusts that could be knocking down trees and power lines as this strong line of storms comes through about 6 o'clock tonight. And then those showers off and on in that 7, 8, and 9 o'clock hour again could be impacting the O's game tonight. As we head toward tomorrow, we'll start off dry, but those showers move in a little bit earlier tomorrow afternoon. Still the potential for a couple of thunderstorms, but not the widespread severe threats. So we're not going to be in weather alert on Tuesday. Here's those threats we were talking about: large hail, strong wind, tornado, heavy rain. All of that on the table, even though the tornado is the low-end threat. Still want to put it out there that if you get a tornado watch or warning, you got to get to your safe place so you make sure you are safe. Upper 80s and lower 90s for your highs today. Those numbers are going to be in the above average category. So again, that's the heat and humidity. We talk about the cold front. You always hear me talking about that cold front moving in. Watch what happens with this animation right there. The cold air moves into the warmer atmosphere. It forces all of that air up, that steep frontal slope there, the warm air moving up over the colder air, essentially kind of rising. And then you get that daytime heating, so those clouds start to build. You see all of those little dots right there. That's that warm, moist air that's rising, and then it cools and condenses and brings in that rain and thunderstorm chances, those forming along the cold front. Even that potential squall line could form. That's what we're looking at with that strong cold front moving through for the afternoon. So when we see the setup like this, especially with the environment that is favorable for these storms, that's why we go into weather alert mode, to protect you. So lower 90s today, back to the mid 80s tomorrow. Still some showers, couple of thunderstorms, and then we're back to the mid 80s. We're drier into Wednesday and Thursday. Friday's not looking too bad either, but late Friday night into Saturday, we do bring another round of showers into play, and we do have the potential for a couple of pop-up storms as we head into your holiday 4th of July weekend.
All right, Justin, thank you. Stay with Fox 45 News. Our team of meteorologists will be tracking the storms throughout the night here. Jonathan Myers will have the latest forecast for your evening commute. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network here. We have a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. We've got volume picking up here this morning, but no issues to report through that area this morning. Grab your kicks, get ready to get creative on the court. In our next half hour, a one-of-a-kind basketball camp that you can participate in at a local university.
From the hardwood to the links, after the break, power up your backswing with Ravens Grade as one group works to break the cycle of poverty. 9:20 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Happening now. Get ready to hit the links with one of your favorite Ravens and the rest of the Power 52 team for its second annual Charity Golf Classic live on the green.
Now, joining us this morning, visionary and co-founder, president and CEO of Power 52, Cherie Brooks. Cherie, thank you so much for joining us. It looks like it's beautiful weather to be out on the links.
Hey, guys, listen, it is awesome right now. And I just tell Jonathan that I rebuke all of that talk about rain at 3.
Yeah.
Trying to switch it.
We don't want it at all. As you can see, it's already a...
Oh, well, Cherie, we're seeing the nice weather for now, which is great news. Let's talk about the importance of today and what started this tradition.
Yeah, so, you know, before COVID, we always would do a yearly fundraiser called Live, and it would be live anywhere, but it was more dancing and fun. After COVID, just to try something different, we started doing Live on the Green, and this is our second attempt at this great event. When we did the first one, everyone said we definitely want to come back and do it again, so here we are. And it supports our amazing training. So so that's what we're doing here.
Hey, so just because there's golf doesn't mean you have to be a golfer to participate. Can we still come out and actually take part in this?
You definitely can. You can come out. We have our ceremonies that's going to be after the golf outing. You can bid on raffles. We had so much things, that's going on that you can participate. You didn't have to just golf. You could come out and kind of party a little bit as well.
Yes. Well,
and all of the proceeds.
And that's what you all are known for. Cherie, I wanted to talk to you about that. You guys are known for having a good time, but Power 52 has such a great purpose. Let's talk about what this all goes towards.
Yeah, so we are the first, we own and operate the first clean energy private career school in the state of Maryland. And all of our services and resources go to the community at no cost. We're currently enrolling for our July 17th, our 22nd cohort. So if you want to get involved, power52.org/training. That's where you start the application process. And when you do so, you learn how to do solar PV installation. So we're here to train you so that you can be a part of this new clean and green energy economy that's right here in front of us. You need to embrace it.
Yeah, with the wind and the sun right there, it's perfect venue for it happening right now in that backdrop that we see you in, Cherie.
Yep, they've done some great stuff. We appreciate it. Have fun out there today, Cherie.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
They do good work.
We are weather alert today, though, as some severe storms expected to impact your evening commute. That's what she was talking about. Jonathan Myers will be handling that later on after 3. In the meantime, though, Justin Chambers, our meteorologist here in the morning, has been following the weather and will let us know, even though you're looking at that radar there's nothing on it now. It's for much later. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Plus, a half dozen shootings in Baltimore County this month has residents concerned. Coming up, who is to blame for the ongoing violence?
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Monday, June 26th. I'm Megan Gilland.
It's a little stuffy inside and outside. You step outside, you're like, well, okay, Thank you, Lord, for air conditioning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We joke now, but things are going to take a turn here this afternoon.
Already heating up. We're almost in the lower 80s with the humidity that is out there. We're going to be hot and humid later today with temps climbing to the lower 90s. Then those strong to severe storms start developing after about 3-4 o'clock this afternoon, bringing with it the potential for damaging wind gusts and hail as well. So that's what we're looking at. The HD radar very quiet right now up toward Allentown, PA. You can see some of those storms developing there. And really, it's that cold front that is to the west of us that is continuing to move from west to east. So we'll be tracking that all day. And as that moves into the warm atmosphere with all of the instability that's around, that's when some of those thunderstorms will fire. So next couple of hours do tend to stay dry. Most of the models showing us that we'll keep those temperatures in the mid to upper 80s, but dry conditions through midday today. It's late this afternoon when things really get going. Should top out at 92 today. We're back to the mid 80s tomorrow. Another round of showers and thunderstorms on Tuesday, but not nearly as severe, so we won't be weather alert tomorrow. And then Wednesday, drier and cooler as well. Back to your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A lot going on right now. These cameras not showing any issue. It's all basically every other camera that's not on this screen because we still have Cromwell Bridge Road shut down in front of Lockhaven High School. It's been shut down all morning long because of a water main break. Then also we have an incident right at 695, and we were talking about the inner loop there. There's 2 cars there that are on the median now that they're cleaning that up. Also another is at 895 northbound right near Patapsco. The right lane is blocked, and that's causing some slowdowns because of an issue that's happening. And then just recently, 295 south, right before Nursery Road, 3 out of the 4 lanes and the shoulder are closed because of 3 vehicles involved there. So south of the city, a lot of delays. Everyone else, though, doesn't look too bad unless you're getting at 695 and Frederick Road. That's just because of the volume.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News is following the violent crime crisis happening throughout the state. Starting in Baltimore City, police say a 60-year-old man was stabbed to death inside of a home along North Caroline Street in East Baltimore, and this was yesterday afternoon. 4 other people were shot over the weekend. 1 of them died. The murder was part of a double shooting in Park Heights in front of the Belvedere Safe Streets office. The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement oversees the Safe Streets program. Its director, Shantae Jackson's last day on the job is Friday.
Now, when it comes to the violence in Baltimore County, 6 shootings have happened in just this month. Taylor Stewart is joining us with a breakdown of this county violence. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. It's a conversation we typically have regarding Baltimore City, but folks we spoke to in Baltimore County say they are scared to leave their homes. This comes after a shooting in the Lansdowne community just this past Thursday. Now, folks we spoke with said they were too scared to show their face on camera, but the crime concern definitely ramping up there. They are attributing it to battles over territory. Take a listen.
A lot of violence starting around here. It's getting worse and worse. A lot of shootings.
My opinion, drugs.
Perf situations, and then people get mad that other people take someone's customers and stuff like that.
Baltimore County Police Chief Robert McCullough spoke on WBAL radio. He says underground marijuana deals are a driving force behind many of the homicides they're investigating. Now, as for the shooting, the deadly shooting that happened last Thursday, no arrests have been made, but police say they believe it's a targeted attack. We're going to follow this investigation and bring you the latest updates both on air and online. But for now, we're live in Baltimore County. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, thank you, Taylor. When it comes to Governor Wes Moore speaking on the crime crisis, we're hearing some mixed messages.
Last week, he spoke at the National Press Club. There, he called out Republicans in the media, accusing them of sparking fear, claiming the crime isn't as bad as people think.
Well, it's stark contrast. I'll get it out to his comments earlier this month when he announced his summer crime plan. Take a listen.
The false narratives of some politicians who say that every urban area is a city in crisis. A false narrative of some in the media who say that violence is everywhere.
Over the past 8 years, the number of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland has doubled. Over the past 8 years, the number of homicides in the state of Maryland has nearly doubled.
Now, Fox 45 News spoke with one political analyst who says the governor's mixed messages could indicate he's focused on the future of his political career.
He is definitely someone people are talking about for 2028. There is definitely a mixed message, but it's a message to 2 different audiences. Local people, they know what the situation is. National people have no clue what goes on outside the Beltway. They have.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Governor Moore is sending mixed messages on crime in Baltimore City? So far, 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote and click on the polls tab.
From our live center now this morning, uncertainty in Moscow after a failed revolt by mercenaries in Russia. Right now, Wagner troops are heading back to the front lines in Ukraine to continue fighting alongside Russian forces. And this morning, Russian state media calling the revolt a crime and treason. Well, the uprising began after Wagner head Yevgeny Prigozhin accused Russia's military of attacking a Wagner camp and started that march on Moscow, gaining control of a key military facility in southern Russia. In a stunning national address, Putin calling out the rebellion, vowing to punish those on a, quote, path to treason. Then insurrection ended as suddenly as it began. The Wagner leader announcing Saturday his forces were stopping their advance towards Moscow under a deal brokered by Belarus. While many questions remain about that deal, the Kremlin says Prigozhin will not face charges for the mutiny, but has been branded a traitor and exiled to Belarus. He's also no longer in control of the Wagner mercenaries. Russian leaders say soldiers who took part in the rebellion, they will not be prosecuted, and forces that did not participate will now sign contracts with Russia's military. Wagner troops have played a pivotal role for Russia in the ongoing war in Ukraine. Right now, it's unclear if any of the Wagner forces that were loyal to Prigozhin will follow him to Belarus, and what impact will be to the war zones currently under Wagner control.
Well, Coppin State University Chu Smith basketball camp is back. We'll tell you all about it coming up.
And we are on weather alert mode today with strong storms making their way into our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking how long these storms will last before we see our next round of sunshine. 9:36 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:39. Make sure you grab your kicks. A special basketball camp kicking off today.
And it is hosted by none other than former Harlem Globetrotter Chu Smith. The first week-long camp kicks off today at Coppin State University, and Mark Clark is out there telling us all about the camp. Mark.
Good morning, guys. I'm with John Seard here, and you know, Chu has this amazing camp going on, but also Chu has his communiversity. And John, you're helping to expand not only the camp, but that also. Talk to us about that.
Correct. Well, Chu has a program where he wants to bring the community and bring the organization's basketball camp and individuals that serve the community together so that he has the ability to change the dynamics of the community. In doing such, he wants to be able to offer his group of educational programs, his STEM program in regards to youth development, to enhance the experiences that they have on the basketball court and learning basketball.
It's amazing. So Chu, actually, who's been a fixture in the community, is now expanding, right? And yes. So if anybody watching, get your kid in the camp, but also listen up for other things that are coming your way.
Correct. We have a new school. We have a new school that we're developing into a community, into an entire campus structure with housing as well as educational programs, sports programs, as well as developmental workforce, developmental programs and things of that nature. So we're very excited about it.
Awesome. So guys, once again, Chu, who's been so valuable to the community, is expanding. But of course, today we're talking about the camp, which you can see is going on right now.
I want to learn that.
And he's providing his expert leadership.
Oh yeah, I mean, just using the basketball to trigger so many other different needs in each community. Every community needs this too. Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate it.
And Chu's personality is so contagious. It's just fun to be around.
You gotta be, yeah. If you'd like some more information about how you can join in on those camps, especially hang out with Chu, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, trying to stay fit, healthy, and strong this summer. After the break, we have a fitness expert breaking down some basic exercises for teenagers that they can do right from their homes. No excuses.
We're on weather alert this morning due to the severe weather across the Baltimore region later on. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when it will get here and how long this weather maker will stick around. 9:42, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. food, the bikes, look at all that. Yeah. From the kitchen to the working out. When summer hits, teens ready for parties, vacation, all that junk food that's there. You know, everybody's grilling out now. All of that can change if you listen to these tips to stay in shape from none other than our fitness expert, Teddy Savage. But he's not alone this morning. He's also joined by his cousin, Andre.
Yes. Andre just recently graduated from Pikesville High School, right?
Pikesville,
yeah.
Congratulations.
And he's one of those teens that we want to stay moving, right? We want to keep, because school is over, extracurricular activities have ended, so we want to keep them fit. And I want to show everybody how you can do that through high school summer pass if you're in Planet Fitness or if you're at home.
Real quick, Planet Fitness, though, you guys have offers, though, for kids that are going from high school all the way up to college level. So you have some specials for them, too.
For sure. So kids between the ages of 14 and 19, Tom, get free access to any one of our 2,400-plus locations, right? And so that way, again, we want them to stay physically strong, but we want that mental health to be in the right place, too.
That's great. All right, yeah. Wanted to make sure we got that. Now, let's see some of the exercises that, even if you can't make it to a Planet Fitness, you can be doing at home.
Absolutely. And if you know me, you know I love a good acronym. So we're going to break down the word teen. The T stands for time under tension squats. Andre, let's show them how to do it. So you're going to spread your feet out about shoulder width apart. You're just going to sink down and pulse right here.
Does it matter how far down you go? Do you go below the knee, stay at 90, stay above it? Where do
Well, we want you to go to your range of motion, right? But if you really want to target those lower body muscles, you want to get about parallel with your quads, right? Now, time under tension is key, and that means positive stress on the muscles. The E, right? The first E is energy-inducing fast feet to trunk rotations. So let's chop them up, Andre. We chopping them right here. Then let's twist left. Boom. So we twisting, we chopping, let's twist right. Bang, we twisting here. One more time, let's twist left. Right there. Now,
how long do you do that?
I would love to say 45 seconds of work, but if you can only do 30, that's fine. The basic thing is when we're chopping our feet up, we're really increasing our plyometric movements and our aerobic impulses on our heart. This next E, though, is endorphin releasing. Yes, endorphin. So we're going to do a combination of jumping jacks to standing bicycle crunch. You ready, Andre? Yes, sir. Here we go. We go 1, 2, and then 3, 4. Obviously, that will obviously need 1, 2, right on. 3, 4. Last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, Tom, let me tell you about this one.
What's the N?
The N is for nimble. We got to be nimble. And like we got to be able to move. So what we're going to do is jump right, boom, and then chop back. And let me tell you, as Andre just showed you, you want to stay low, you want to twist, but most importantly, stay moving. Teens and parents.
Teens and parents, you could be doing that outside, right in your backyard, on the deck, or even in the living room if you have enough space.
That's right. That's right. And don't forget, high school summer pass all summer long, August 31st. Stop into a location or go to planetfitness.com/summer pass.
Have you ever seen a textbook on on one of your machines, though? Somebody working out and working their mind and their body when they were in there?
Probably not textbooks, but TikTok, though. I have seen TikTok.
There you go. All right, Teddy and Andre, thank you. Always great to have you. And congratulations graduating from Pikesville, too.
Thank you.
Well, this morning, a town near Indianapolis is recovering after a suspected tornado. Check out this video here. The Bargersville area fire chief says the suspected twister, which you can see on the left there, that thing cut a path about 3 miles and left at least 75 homes damaged. Fortunately, no one was hurt. An emergency shelter, though, has been set up at a local middle school for anyone that's been left homeless as a result. The National Weather Service says a survey team will inspect the damage today, which you can see on the right here, showing some of those images, to determine if that was, in fact, a tornado. By the other image, it certainly looks that way. We want to track some extreme heat and storms here this week for millions of Americans now, taking you live to Michigan this morning as the risk for severe storm extends all the way from Michigan to Louisiana. Heat alert stretching from the southwest across the southern U.S. The National Weather Service Prediction Center says oppressive temperatures in the triple digits could even exceed a heat index of 120 degrees in some areas. The Central Plains will be feeling the heat by the middle of the week.
Well, we are in weather alert mode in the Baltimore region as severe storms are expected to impact your evening commute. In fact, we're taking you live to the Inner Harbor at the top right corner there. And then Ocean City, the beach, as you can see, still no big issues. In fact, when you look over at your radar, it doesn't look too bad at all right now in our Weather Authority radar as we're tracking the next weather maker.
We want to get right over to see who is going to highlight this for us, timing it out as to when we can expect that weather.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you've been looking at this all morning, saying, hey, we need to keep making sure that everyone knows we are weather alert.
Absolutely, guys. That's very important to get that message out. You know, you showed Ocean City. They are going to be under that threat for severe weather this afternoon down the ocean, and not only there, but all across the state of Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, the Delmarva Peninsula, all of us dealing with that threat for severe weather. It doesn't look bad now. In fact, we've got that sun that is out there cooking things up already 80 degrees at BWI. Look at that dew point at 70 degrees. So you get those dew points in the 60s and 70s, and you have kind of that gross feeling in that muggy meter. But summer is definitely here and right on cue, as we just had our first weekend of summer, and now we're going to continue that trend with increasing humidity and hotter temperatures for the day that we've seen the last couple of days. We topped out at 92 today. We should hit that same number this afternoon. Here's our HD radar that Tom was talking about. Yeah, not much of anything happening here. Got some showers and storms developing in New York State over toward New York City as well. But it's this cold front to the west. That's what's going to be moving in. Notice that area of low pressure up in parts of the Great Lakes region. It's kind of the engine that's driving everything. And as that front moves closer to the warm air environment, that's why millions of Americans under the threat for severe weather. All of the yellow and orange, those are ones we got to pay attention to. The green is still something too. That's a marginal risk. But when you take the yellow and the orange, that's 60 million people, nearly 60 million people under a slight or enhanced risk, which puts you at 2 or even 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. There's a scale right there. So the only 2 left are moderate and high. And we've got this enhanced risk under most of our area for the afternoon. It's kind of rare. We don't really see enhanced risks too often because we don't live in Tornado Alley per se. But when we get it, we make sure to have our heads up and ears up and make sure we get you to let you know what's going on. Now, here's our future scan. This is what's going on. Most of the day is dry, but about 4 p.m., most of the models agreeing that we're going to see some of those storms start to develop. 5, 6 p.m., right for your drive home and into the evening time. That's when we'll have those strongest storms with that potential for the damaging wind gusts. And again, an isolated tornado cannot rule that out. As we get to about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight, a few more of those showers and storms rolling through. All the severe weather threats are pretty much on the table today, with the hail and the strong wind being the biggest issues. Low-end threat for a tornado, but also some heavy rain with some of those thunderstorms. And that could impact the Orioles game tonight. The Reds are in town, 3 night games in a row for the O's, but don't know if that's going to be taking place because right about 7, 8, 9 o'clock is when some of those storms could be rolling through. So a delay, possibly a postponement if you have the tickets for tonight's game. Now, back to tomorrow, we'll see numbers in the mid-80s on your Tuesday. Not a weather alert day, but still some showers left over, possible thunderstorms. Definitely drier and calmer by the middle part of the week as we wrap up June and get toward July. Our first weekend of the new month is upon us, as well as July 4th weekend. And on our 10-day forecast, guys, I'm going to have a look at what we can expect for the 4th.
All right, that sounds good, Justin. We want to make sure you all at home scan that QR code there on your screen. Show us what the weather looks like in your neighborhood. If you can safely take pictures and videos when those storms roll through your neighborhood, we'd love to see them. You can upload them to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, and you could see them on air or online. Throughout the day, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists tracking our next weather maker. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know the impacts it could bring to your evening commute, plus that 4th of July forecast he promised, coming up in that exclusive 10-day forecast. It is 9:53 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.